Bring it on, bring it on. You, bring it on. You,
life know the sweet though, hey. If some people know they hate you, so use the number 6 so and calculate, you go see the rate.
Open to learn, ask questions, give people your work to look through. Don't be ashamed to learn. Be bold in giving the advice you know is right. Don't allow anyone push you around. Once you know the right thing to do, stick to it. Stick to your guns. Be accessible. Sometimes, as young as administrators are, they're not accessible. Sometimes you don't find them. Sometimes they are around, but they're not willing to open up to people. Be accessible.
Welcome, this brilliant administrator, the man of honor and probity, the man of artificial accuracy. You are welcome, sir.
The National President of Anupa, the registrar here in our midst, distinguished members of Anupa, I will agree with me that the day is fast spent. And for those of us in the university environment, you know that at the time depreciation comes in, so the brain is limited to just take knowledge for some distance. And so that is to say that I am going to summarize my presentation so that we can still return to our different places. The topic for discussion is exploring the architecture of writing minutes, circulars, memorandum, reports, decision excerpts, and briefs in the new normal. This is a paper presented at the 2023 training workshop for junior administrative officers holding at the Sanu National Secretariat, Jabiru, Abuja, by my humble self. Honestly, the last speaker here made the job very easy for me. You know what he said? He said the secretary does what? Drives the meeting. And so if my topic is explaining the architecture of minute writing and so on and so forth, he has done a very good job by telling us what the secretary does. And by extension, those of us who are here as junior administrative officers. However, I welcome us to yet another meeting in this voyage of discovery to rub minds and interact on this all-important topic. Let me also seize the opportunity to thank the organizers of this workshop for the opportunity for us to share knowledge. I do hope that it will be enriching and rewarding. It will be an enriching and rewarding experience. I would like us to start on an informal note. Yet, that is an assessment of a quality and complete university administrator. Remember I said that this is hands-on. For some of us who are in the sciences, hands-on is practical. You are doing it. And so, this evening we are going to do it practical. And ask this very important question. Do you often wonder why, in a university setting, one who gives or presents record of proceedings of any meeting is considered a good administrator, and more than often celebrated by his peers? Let me the other way around. Somebody who writes very good minutes of meeting. You know, we know ourselves as administrators. Why is it that such a person is considered a good administrator? Just for the singular fact that the person could write very good minutes. Notwithstanding the fact that minute writing is not the only duty of a university administrator. But for the fact that somebody distinguishes in that singular act is considered a good administrator by our friends, those in the other divide, that means that's the teaching staff. Once they see you write very, they say, oh, come on, that's a very good administrator. Do you wonder why such things happen? But is that not the truth? That's the truth. The above scenario best captures the importance of minute writing. That's it. Importance of minute writing and other attendant responsibilities of a university administrator. Now, let's look at while the master of ceremony was doing his presentation here, he called us to something. When we were going through the aims and objectives of Anupa, and it struck my mind. He came on the number fifth item down on the. He said, aims and objectives of Anupa is facilitating the exchange of information on professional, managerial, and administrative activities, as well as techniques and skills amongst members. That is what we are doing here. Exchange of information on professional, managerial, and administrative activities, as well as techniques and skills. Skills of writing minutes, techniques. That's one of the aims and objectives of Anupa. Now, let's dissect the topic for proper understanding and application. Like I said, it is hands-on. Chambers 20th Century Dictionary defines architect as a designer of a building, a maker, a contriver, and then architecture is described as a constructive, controlling, directing, systematic arrangement of knowledge. That's what he captured. That what a secretary is the what drives the meeting. If you can design, if you can arrange systematic way of knowledge, not this knowledge presentation, directing and controlling, that's what the architect means writing. Let's note the word maker and also the phrase systematic arrangement of knowledge. Let's note it. On the other hand, minutes on the other hand is captured as brief jotting or notes. That is a plural sentence. A brief summary of proceedings of a meeting. That is minute writing, brief summary of proceedings of a meeting. Remember in the topic there, we are looking at not just minute writing, we are looking at phrases as minuting, circulars, memorandum. Meanwhile, the plural is memoranda. Reports, decision lectures, and briefs in a new normal. So these are things we are looking at, not just minute writing. And so let us do a just brief definition of these terms. What is a circular? A circular is a communication, usually on a particular subject, and addressed to a circle of persons or offices. A circular letter. And we give an example. A letter of which copies are sent to several persons or offices. One, you usually hear federal government circular on something, like tenure of offices. Like they said that directors should spend only 5 years in office and new directors are appointed. That is to say, there is a federal government circular that backs it up. So the circular, let us note that as officers, when you are talking about a circular, you are referring to something on a specific subject. That's why I have mentioned federal government circular on tenure of office, federal government circular on use of cars. That is, you are dealing on a particular subject, and the circular is directed to a specific persons and offices. That is say, sometimes you want to post something, you say, look at that federal government circular on this. You now, if you are making any submission, you photocopy it and attach and say, look at what federal government circular on this says on so subject. Now let's look at another something, memorandum. Like I said, the plural is memorandum. And that means a communication to assist the memory. A communication to assist the memory. A brief note of some transaction. A summary of a state of a question. Another example of it. Somebody will ask you, have you, your boss will come in the office. Maybe he came and many of you are complaining about, this person will say, my computer is bad, my system, I can't do this. And your boss will say, oh yeah, do me a memo on computer. You used to hear that. We are complaining about something, and so your boss will say, do a memo on this. That thing is very professional. He will say, generate something on this so that you will use it and present to management. Make a case for either purchase of additional computer sets in an office. So you say, do a memo. Now, let's look at another report. Report is also a communication giving an answer or account of something, especially a formal, official or required account. To state in such an account of a example, maybe you are working as a faculty officer, and then there was this fight or fire, maybe fire incident or so in a hostel, and you are in charge of that hostel. Something has happened. The registrar or the VC will just walk in and say, give me a report. So what is asking you to give a detailed, a communication of what happened, the incident, summary of the incident that happened. Are you getting the definitions of these times? He's not asking you to give me a report. He's requesting for a report of what happened, that incident that happened. Now, what is decision excerpt? Decision excerpt, we are talking about decisions or resolutions. Decisions or resolutions of meetings. And these are prepared to convey decisions. Like, Senate met. Some people, when they are writing minutes, you will see by the corner. By the corner. They will write, they will dwell on a particular agenda. By the side, you say either action taken by this or that. That is decision excerpt, decision. That tabular form there, you are noting what to be captured and what decision taken or not taken. Decision excerpt. And sometimes when you now want to develop it in full, some people say action letters, you do action letter on that decision taken. You are now communicating decision taken on a particular agenda. Remember, agenda is one, that is singular. Agenda is plural. A decision taken on a particular agenda, you now convey it. A decision taken on a particular agenda, you now convey it. That's decision extract. You prepare an extract to convey a decision taken on only one particular subject. That's an agenda. An agenda, sorry. Because agenda is the whole totality of matters considered. But one item out of those, one item in the agenda paper is agenda. Sometimes a meeting can be called to discuss just one agenda. You just discuss one topic, and then you disperse. Then, remember the topic says, minute writing, decision excerpt, and so on and so forth, in a new normal. Now, also, the last presenter also helped me in discussing this topic. In fact, most of the presenters here. What is new normal? This new normal is this post-COVID era. Post-COVID era, this era that has now generated the use of this informal means of communication like this internet, Zoom. You know, when that COVID was in when it was so severe, People now resorted to such ways of meeting through Zoom, you meet through Zoom, and so on and so forth, all those extra. So what they are now conveying, you can still have your meetings done through Zoom and other electronic devices instead of physical meetings that you are having. That is visual meeting. You can still convey these decisions virtually. You can still have your meetings virtually without meeting physically as you are meeting today. Of course, you know what is hybrid. Hybrid is when you are meeting physical like this and also virtually. That is hybrid. Now, we can draw a line in the definitions presented above. Meeting on a proposal or letter. It is important that we know these administrative languages that we use. Somebody will bring a letter and say, Oga, minute on this application now. Oga, please, minute. He has said, maybe he put up a request for an appeal. You say, Oga, please, minute on this is my request. What the person is requesting is for you to do what? Yes, make a comment. Make a comment. I give you an example. Just make a comment on that brief something. Either you say you recommend that thing to be purchased or not. Just brief something. Okay, minute on this listen. Make a brief something. Okay. Example, you can also say there's another way of it again. You can say Bello is taking the minutes of meeting of a board. What are you saying? You are now saying that Bello is taking the brief summary of the proceedings of a meeting. Are we following? Bello is taking the minutes of meeting of a board. What you are conveying is that Bello is doing what? He is taking a brief summary of the proceedings of the meeting. Let me also digress that in the course of time, I have also come to appreciate the import of minutes as institutional memory. That was, in fact, our immediate, my successor in office, Barrister Titus Igwe, clearly explained that the minute is institutional memory. Institutional memory. Minutes of institutional memory. What are you talking about when you say it is an institutional memory? You say that minutes should be able to relay in an organized form the intent, purpose of an action for guidance and for record purposes. If you've taken minutes of meeting, and a controversy arose, maybe somebody will look for somebody who was a participant in that meeting will now quickly make, no, I remember. At the social meeting of Senate, a decision was taken on this and this issue that has cropped up now. Can somebody refer to such minutes of Senate? So somebody can carefully now go and bring that minutes of that meeting. That it has now refreshed your memory on the decision taken. Are you following? So minutes is institutional memory. It has conveyed to you a decision that will now guide you in taking a decision on a present matter that is before you. Because something like that has happened. You are now drawing inference from something that had experience that was captured before in the minutes. Now, minutes of meeting in itself a repository of history of events and information for future use. In the analogy that I just gave, that means it is repository, something kept. Just history of an event kept for future use. So whenever you want to, just go and bring it and then cite it and use. That's minute of meeting. Minutes of meeting. As senior administrative officers, we are mainly concerned with writing of minutes of meeting or clerking the minutes of an event. If you come across some of these old administrators, sometimes they use the word go and clerk. Go and clerk that meeting. What is saying? Go and record. Take minutes of that meeting. So interchangeably, such words are used, go and clerk that meeting for me. Maybe you are working on that deputy registrar. You and the AOR announce this, go and clerk that meeting for me. You will now go and take record of proceedings of that meeting on behalf of that your either the deputy registrar or whoever that is your boss. So what are the things required of us to successfully and accurately record proceedings of a meeting? Page writing. And we will define architecture as what? Design of things. And so we are looking at the design of a standard minute of meeting. And so, standard architecture of layout of meeting. Okay. So what you are now seeing is what? The layout, the design of a standard minute of meeting. But note it that now, before a meeting is called, but let's go to, we'll come to that later. You have the attendance, you have opening, you have the opening prayer, you have opening remarks, you have consideration and adoption of agenda of meeting, you have consideration and adoption of minutes of previous meeting. If it is not an inaugural meeting, you have consideration of, that is the agenda proper, the matters, the things we will discuss in that meeting, that consideration of listed matters in the agenda paper. And then you have any other business. You have announcement if there is any, then adjournment, and then closing. This is the standard layout, the architecture of a standard minute writing. If you can have this thing in your memory, okay, the best way to start, attendance. You now gather the people, because without the attendance, the meeting didn't take place, so you must know the people in attendance at that meeting. If you tender a minute of meeting without the attendance, that's no meeting. So people are interested in seeing who and who attended that meeting, who and who took that decision that you are referring to. And so the clerk, who is the secretary, familiarizes himself with the chairman. As the last speaker said, you familiarize yourself with the chairman to know the objective of the meeting. He now tells you, can we call a meeting to discuss so matters? We tried it. Remember, the chairman has given that, has this confidence in you, has reposed such trust in you. He calls you, please, secretary, we want to hold this meeting. Can we draw up an agenda for this meeting? Between you and the chairman, able to do what? Draw, because since he has given you the why the meeting will now hold, the importance of the meeting, objective of the meeting, you will now draw the agenda of the meeting. The chairman will direct the secretary to put notice of meeting. Of course, you know, we need to put notice of meeting. It is very, very important. And notice of meeting are circulated ahead of time, except for emergency meetings. You see, it must be sent early enough to allow members or participants to adjust to the scheduled date and time. Otherwise, people will begin to complain. They need to receive the notice of meeting well ahead of time, so that if they have other things to attend, they will quickly adjust, make arrangement to attend that meeting. An emergency meeting, on the other hand, does not allow for such long time frame. And you discover that, let us slow down to, as admin officers here. Oftentimes, when an emergency meeting is called, it is only for agenda one matter, and one only thing to be discussed. Often, any meeting, any emergency meeting, because we did not observe that time frame, so that you will now get other members to attend. It's only, you discover that it's only one matter that will be treated, only in emergency meetings. In which case, notice of meeting can come out a day or two for that meeting. You now discuss only one item agenda. Now, what happens again with that notice of meeting that some of us send? I've come to discover that sometimes, because this grammar, sometimes some of us write notice of meeting, and they say, I am directed to inform you, to invite you to meeting of this thing, scheduled to hold at. That's tautology. You don't say scheduled to hold at. You are inviting this one to a meeting. So let us note the following in minute writing. Simple language. Brevity of words. Some of us have this knack for this long grammar. You talk and the person reading the minutes is even confused. Ambiguous. You use such ambiguous words that have so many meanings. So the person reading the minutes will not even decipher it actually where you were going or decision taking. So why don't you for brevity of words, just very simple words that does not call for connotations that people will not read meanings into. Committee of Dean decided that you should not wear this or you should not wear that. Just straight to the point. In the course of time, we are supposed to come to discover that sometimes some of us find it difficult to express themselves even in minute writing. And that comes across as a result of not being well informed. Do you take time to listen to these 9 o'clock news or 8 o'clock news? These major television channels, these things, or CNN or BBC. Do you take time to listen to their news broadcast? And you now see reporters reporting. I'm talking of these major stations, so do you take time to read newspapers these national days? You will see a correspondent either in the north reporting about the incident that took place. Take time to read. You familiarize yourself with these words to use to convey decisions, what has happened. Sometimes in an effort to state the obvious, you go the wrong way because you don't know the right terms of words to use. If you read extensively, you should be able to express yourself, what you want to say. Just say it effortlessly because you are used to coming across to such words or such phrases. So this thing will help us as administrators. You read extensively. Read newspapers, make out time to read newspapers. So that on a particular subject, you even know the phrase to use. If the subject in contention is even, maybe you did ask, and the subject, the matter has to do with physics or astronomy, something, you know the right terms of words to use to convey that decision. Let us now go those layout of minutes, the architecture of minutes that we saw on the board there. It's the most important thing. The layout of your minutes displays for us the name of the organization. Remember that somebody was saying location. That is also the easiest way to find something. For some of us that have so many document papers lying, immediately you pick up a piece of something on your table. You've already seen maybe Usmanu Danfodio University registering minutes of meeting of Senate. That has, you don't need to bother yourself with other things. You don't pick up that matters. This is minutes of meeting. It has conveyed the thing that this something is talking about minutes of meeting. So what are we saying? For minutes of meeting, it must first display that your school or institution or the organization, because some of us may, as secretaries, may also be in our community service. Some of us may be secretaries of our village unions or clubs and so on and so forth. If it is friendship club, it will be the first thing. Friendship Club, Ikeja District. Minutes of meeting of this. So you lay out your minutes first display the name of the organization, boldly written in capital letters, boldly written. Then followed by, okay, if it is Usmanu Danfodio, what again follows? Faculty of Agriculture. Usmanu Danfodio, Faculty of Agriculture. Then minutes of the Faculty Board of Agriculture. I have said that it follows minutes of the so meeting of so held in so. Notice that minutes of meetings are numbered and date of meeting clearly stated for ease of reference. You know, it is only the number of minutes that distinguishes one minute from the other. So this may be first meeting. Somebody talking to you for ease of reference, he will tell you, go to that decision was taken at the fourth minute of the fourth board meeting held in so year. So all you need to do, just go through your minutes and pick it up, the fourth. It is serially arranged. Note it too. Let me confess. It happened to us here. We are now discussing as one family. At the stage here, we had problems here in Anupa. At the national, I'm talking to us as family. We could not even say this is the 10th meeting of general meeting of Anupa or 11th or so and so and so forth at that problem, because we didn't adopt that method of numbering our minutes. So start it. Number your minutes for ease of reference. If it is the first minute, note it. First meeting of this. Second meeting, third meeting, fourth meeting, fifth. It's for ease of reference. So we have said that attendance, that as of necessity, whenever a minute is ongoing, please pass down the attendance. You know, because sometimes, maybe as an AO, you are clerking a meeting. Sometimes, if you like, go with somebody who will help you with those things. If you're not opportunity to have another person in your office, just draw attendance sheet, pass it down to members. They write their name, signature. You've already written 10 minutes of so something, attendance, signature column, and this. Pass it round. In case one person he writes his name, signs, and so on and so on to go round. In that way, you have collected the attendance for that meeting. At the end of the day, you now pick it because you are the secretary. You now take it to develop your minutes of meeting. The attendance officer is then used in preparing the attendance of the meeting, which is always the first page of every minute of meeting. Of course, we know that the first page is attendance. Then opening. Opening is the second page of your minutes of meeting. It shows opening. It shows meeting commenced so time. Some people say they didn't call the meeting to order so time. The vice chancellor or the HOD called the meeting. That's opening. Every meeting must have an opening. And it tells you, the opening tells you the time the meeting commenced and who presided. The meeting was called to order, or the meeting, sometimes I don't like using that word called to order, but some people prefer it. So sometimes for me, if you say call to order, it gives the impression that the atmosphere was chaotic before, until somebody called it to order. When in an academic community, it should not be like that. So for some of us, the meeting commenced so time. And who presided, it must be there. So the meeting commenced so time. The meeting was declared open by so person, the chairman so person at so time. Beautiful. Now comes the opening prayer. It has become a tradition, precedent, that the prayer is said to officially what? Take over proceedings. Take over proceedings. A prayer is said. And that prayer is said maybe to hand over the proceedings of meeting to God for what? For divine guidance and for knowledge. After the opening prayer comes the opening remarks. This serves as an introduction to the meeting proper. The chairman does the opening remark, where he or she welcomes members to the meeting. He goes further to explain the purpose of the meeting and the modus operandi for successful deliberations of the set agenda. A good chairman, in his opening remark, tells you this meeting was called to discuss this and that. Please, members, I don't expect us to stay here more than 2 hours or 1 hour, as the case may be. Please, if you want to make your point, he sets the agenda. Just straight to the point, please, so that we have other things to this and that. He sets the agenda. He draws the modus operandi. He tells you where to go and where not to go. He directs the meeting. Then after that one, now comes consideration and adoption of the agenda of the meeting. Before the start of the meeting, the chairman will call for a formal consideration or adoption of the agenda of the meeting. Remember what you are considering, standard format for a meeting. So it is not the chairman. The chairman is not a dictator. The chairman is not the monarchian king who will come and say, this is what we must discuss. No. Remember, the university is a set of committee system. University runs a set of committee system. Whatever your committee brings out, that report is presented either before Senate or before university management, and then it is considered, and that thing is used, is put into implementation right away. So university is a set of committee system. So, by that very fact, the chairman, remember you have drawn the agenda with the chairman, the secretary and the chairman and the secretary have drawn up the agenda for the meeting. So you now present it. You have displayed that in the notice of meeting you've sent. The chairman formally presents it for formal adoption. Let us note it too. As secretary, you are there to guide your chairman. Sometimes most of them don't know these things. As a trained administrator, you should always be by the side to tell him, sir, do this. Silently, let us do this. So they now look at agenda for consideration and adoption. Somebody will move for the adoption of that agenda. And once a motion is moved for the adoption of that agenda for discussion and seconded, it becomes, there's no way you can dispute it again. That is the agenda for discussion that day. It has formed an agenda for discussion. Sometimes some members will like to add one or two things. Those things are noted though. But those things will now be discussed at the A or B, any other business. Are we following? Yes. So once that something has been discussed, agenda agreed upon, moved and successfully seconded by some other person, members, you can now go ahead with the meeting. And going ahead with the meeting, what? Per chance, if that is not an inaugural meeting, because sometimes if it is the first meeting that committee is serving, you don't need to discuss previous minutes of meeting. If it is first meeting, just go on and just begin to discuss the agenda as listed in the agenda paper. But if it is not the first meeting, there is also another step to be followed, and that step is what? Consideration and adoption of minutes of previous meeting. You heard what you told us. A PAR remained PAR for donkey years because he could not produce minutes of previous meeting. You heard it. A PAR remained in that position for donkey years because he could not produce minutes of previous meeting. Because minutes of previous meeting must be discussed and adopted. before you now consider fresh matters. Members would like to keep themselves abreast with what they have discussed before, to guide them in further deliberations. So that minute of previous meeting is now looked at. The chairman will look at it, page 1, page 2, folio 1, as the case may be. Consider it, page 1. But remember, in sending, you are supposed to have sent this minute of meeting when you are sending the notice of meeting, so that members will consider, read it at home, so that once they come to meeting, the chairman will say page 1. They just, if you have any corrections, you just make your corrections. Say page 1, sir, my name wrongly spelled, or my name, oh, you didn't catch this properly. So you do that, quickly make your contributions in that minutes of previous meeting. What again is done? That once it is considered, please tell your chairman that somebody must move a motion for adoption of that minutes of meeting. A motion is moved to adopt it as correct record of proceedings. After moving, tell him please, so somebody will need to second it. Somebody will also second that motion, that minutes be accepted as correct record of proceedings. Once that motion is seconded, it becomes what? Minutes of meeting. You now do what you do. You now take, remember, members have their copies. You now take a clean copy and give it to you as the secretary must have signed your column. You sign your own and you present it to the chairman to sign. A clean copy. The chairman signs it. You now take it and keep. Yes, it's now an official document. Signed. It's now signed minutes of meeting. You keep it. Yes. So, as after minutes of the previous meeting, you now consider the agenda proper. Those things that you and chairman listed for discussion, you now take it one by one as listed in your agenda paper. You now begin to take it one after the other. We say here that once the chairman has declared the circulated items of the agenda are then systematically followed and deliberated upon by members. A good minute grantor is always keen to note contributions of speakers on a particular agenda, and finally, what was arrived at as decision. Sometimes, a chairman may expressly reiterate the decision taken for emphasis. That's what some chairmen do. So, some who are very good, a decision is taken. The chairman say, at the end of the contributions, he will say, he will read the decision taken for that agenda. He will now read the decision taken on that particular matter. So when you've taken the listed agenda, any other thing is you now consider, if any other business. Members may have one or two contributions to make. That one is now considered as any other business arising. It's an opportunity offered. That opportunity offered for members to now make one or two observations in a meeting. At this time, members can bring up the observations on a matter of interest or attention of the meeting for discussion. Example, a member can bring to the attention of the meeting a chaotic traffic condition within the university campus and urgent need for solution. Announcement. Remember, like I said before, sometimes there may be announcement to make, or sometimes there may not be announcement. After constitution of AOP, there may be announcement or there may not be announcement. So if there is no announcement, you just delete that announcement section. Then comes adjournment. As meetings do not close in a guide, that's what lawyers say. Meetings don't close in a guide. Because let us know this, we make this mistake of saying the meeting comes to an end. The meeting don't come to an end though. Meeting does not come to an end. It closes. So what happens for statutory meetings? You find the first meeting, right? At that first meeting, somebody will move for adjournment. A seconder seconds that motion. the meeting now adjourns to a future another date. In writing your minutes, motion for adjournment taken and this, and then closing, that's the last column. You now say the meeting closes at so time. The meeting, let me say in the common by no end though. The meeting just close temporarily. So don't write meeting ended. No, it's wrong. Except for meeting that has, if you say that means that meeting won't hold again. No. If you say the meeting ended. So conclusion. It is my belief that at this period of the position that we now occupy, because of the importance attached to minute writing, we should at all times try to imbibe, just take these things in order. Take this one after the other. You will discover that at the end of the day, you must have given a very good account of yourself. And so, I sincerely thank you for listening to this short paper presentation.
You agree with me that Mr. Okay is a seasoned administrator who has been in the saddle of administration for almost over 30 years. So you know that he has really been fed by the gurukus of this world and even motivators of this world. Because I'm sure even when he was the president of this association, on numerous occasions he invited our elder here Anupa as well as motivators and Omojola. So like I did say, I said mentor-mentee relationship is a continuum. As those people are grown up, we also have people that are following them, and we also see what the lecturer of the rest of the matter presented. So please let us give him another round of applause, please. The aspect he has taught is very technical, and it is important. From what I found out, I'm also privileged to have attended or to have been part of the panel interviewing admin officers and promoting them. I've discovered that many of them make mistakes in this area. And very simple things. Minute writing, the rehearsal school, tell us the procedure of the meeting. When they say tell us the procedure of the meeting, they are asking you to start from notice of meeting. Because you cannot hold a meeting that has no notice. So the first thing is to say that at the secretary, I will liaise with the chairman and he directs when the meeting will hold. And immediately I will pay. Write out the minutes of the meeting, circulate to all members, and monitor that the distribution was well taken. Because sometimes when you direct all these office attendants to distribute notices, especially when we have not been into full ICT. Some of them will not distribute it, and you'll be surprised as a professor will say, I didn't see the notice, I didn't see the notice, I didn't see the notice. So in order not to embarrass yourself as a secretary, you monitor the distribution. And you also prepare for the meeting. You get to the meeting 30 minutes before the chairman tells their other members. So these are the things and they are procedural. But I discovered that when those questions are asked, many of them will not, they will not get it. And they will be writing the meetings or they will be participating. I said, maybe but you have been covering meetings now. Don't you know how you do it? You will put the last one at the first. Some will say, we will do adjournment, we will do adoption. How can you adjourn when you have not started the meeting? So what I'm saying is that what he has discussed is very germane to our progress and progression on the job. So I want us to take this seriously, and like he has promised, by the grace of God, Anupa will send it through your email. You have it, I can assure you. In fact, you may have it before you get to your destination. I trust my entry will do today too. So let's give you another round of applause so that we start. Yeah, I'm sure you may have 1 or 2 minute questions you want to ask. So if you have, please raise up your hand so that I count the number. 1. Is this only 1? Somebody is there now. 2, 3, 4. Okay, number 1, please come forward. Please, you have only 1 minute. We are doing everything possible to leave this place by 6 o'clock.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Imena Arogene, an administrative assistant from Delta State University, Abraka. Delta State University, Abraka. Yes, sir. I have some questions, sir. About 3. The first one is, what are the visible difference? What are the visible difference between minute and report? What are the visible difference between minute and report? 2. Between minute and decision extract, which come first? After taking a minute, which come first? The third question, between chairman opening remark and consideration and adoption of agenda, which come first? Because during the agenda, you say chairman opening remark. So during the meeting, when you are taking it, which come first? Thank you very much.
Good evening, sir. My name is Jenny Tegere from Alex Ekebe Federal University. Thank you very much for the lecture. What I wanted to ask is the standard layout you presented. When you ended, you were like, we closed, we don't end the meeting. We closed the meeting. And you started with an opening prayer. But we didn't hear you say there should be a closing prayer.
Please let's clap for her. That's a very important question. When there is opening, there should be closing. That's what she to say. Number 3. You don't open without closing. That's what she's asking.
My name is Dr. Anupa, teaching Alex Ekebe Federal University. I'm a deputy registrar. So those minutes writing is very sensitive and very important. So we need to trash everything that contains it. I want to be clarified. Emergency meetings. Do we read it during the next meeting? Because we have maybe regular meeting and then have emergency meeting. During the next regular meeting, do we bring up the emergency meeting to read? What do we do? Then, another thing is that at what point, let it be clarified, when we consider agenda. Because at the point you brought up the agenda, you have talked about opening. You have talked about chairman's remarks and other things. At what point? Because that opening is still part of the agenda. So I don't know why we should consider agenda when we have already started some points for the agenda. Did you get me right? It's okay. Then, in writing attendance during meetings, is there any hierarchy of writing it? Because during our month board, it was an issue. Didn't came up to say that some people write names before him. You know that it is not done. That it should be the number 2. So, at a point, I now told you maybe during the next meeting we'll have to write out names. Is it more proper to write out names of members of a meeting so that they will just sign? Or should it have hierarchy of writing names in the attendance? Then, which of the minutes is signed by the secretary and the chairman? Is it the one? Because you see, when it is corrected that is it, will the secretary go back and do the correction, then send to the chairman to sign, two of them, the one that two of them will sign? Then the last, please, it's like I'm taking time, but the minutes writing is very important to us as administrators. There is something that is always paining me during meetings. When we are having meetings, you may have some ideas to give, but you discover that as an administrator, you are just there writing, listening, writing. You're not given the opportunity to contribute anything. It's very painful to me. I'm telling you. So how do we correct this? Thank you.
Thank you. Please, let's do the round of applause, please. The final person, please, the last person. Please be brief. Just 1 minute. Your name, your university, and your rank.
My name is Uche Matthew Chikezi. I come from Michael Obara University of Agriculture and Education, and I'm an AP. Okay. Excuse me. My question is this: I had an opportunity of attending a meeting outside Abuja. There was no provision for prayer, and so my question is it just about Nigeria and prayer, or is a general practice worldwide? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Chris Oha. I'm a principal and study staff from Air Force Institute of Technology, Kaduna. Mine is just a brief comment. I must commend the presenter for a very brilliant and very extensive presentation. But two, I must say I'm a bit disappointed that his paper should have come first. Yes. Because this paper is very, very, very important. Minister, so please, next time you are rating your topics, please examine the architecture of writing minutes, minuting circulars, memos, reports, short excerpts, and briefs, and Please, I pray and I beg that this paper should be represented in our annual general meeting by November.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. This is a comment, and it will be considered at the appropriate authority.
She said let us note this thing. I'm referring this to the deputy registrar before I became university. Sometimes a secretary can also be a member of a committee. You now see appointment made, the person is member secretary. And if you're member secretary, you now contribute. Are you following? If you are appointed, because sometimes you are made a member of that committee because of your technical know-how. If you know, example is if a committee is set up into something like something to do with maybe road construction also. If you are an engineer by profession, and maybe you are lacking that, they may consider to make you also a member, not just a member secretary. You now draw from your experience, because they know that you are experienced as an engineer will help to reach the report that they are going to present. So, but normally, just like our senior said here, administrators we are what? We are not to be heard. But you see us, so as just that anonymity, so that they will not take whatever that is your output has not been partial. Are you following? That's why sometimes they will not be allowed to speak. Because if you now speak, and at the end of the day you come up with a decision, they will say, look at him, When you're not the person that said you supported this because you supported that, you will now have to write something to support. So that's why sometimes you remain anonymous. Secretaries remain anonymous. So let them speak and make their contributions. But you, a very powerful secretary, still has an opinion to make. You tell the chairman, this is that they are doing this way. I do it in most meetings and they listen to me. You tell the chairman, quickly tap in. Chairman, please, this direction that we are going is not. You scribble it down. I do it and I'll pass it down to members. You pass it to some who are your friends there. You pass it. Let's go this direction. Without hearing from you, you have succeeded in influencing them in taking that decision. I do it in most meetings. And even as sometimes as deputy senior deputy to the Senate, and I will sit beside the registrar there. If there's a matter of contention, quickly I will just scribble down something, pass it to the registrar. Registrar will pass it to the chairman of the Senate, who is the vice chancellor. So I still make my input today, the little way. So my dear sister, we are to be seen and not to be heard, so that whatever we write will be considered as not being partial. However, you can also be appointed member secretary, in which case you can also contribute to the proceedings of the meeting. The first question then, maybe when you now get this presentation, you can now see in detail the difference between minutes and report. Minutes consider so many agenda. Remember I said agenda is plural. Minutes of meeting consider so many things. But the report is looking at the causative effect of something. What the hell? You are giving a report of something that happened. An incident. That is a report. Give me a report on this. Tell me what happened, why this thing happened. That is report. Give a report on this thing. What minutes? A committee can write a report, right? In which case, after your several meetings, are you following? You are following this format of standard minutes. You are writing it. At the end of the day, those things that form your recommendations is written as a report. You now put it down as a report, and it has a format. You are now reporting on this particular incident. This is that they told you to look at. These are the causes. These are what constitutes your recommendations. So a report is looking at something, a particular something. While minutes of meeting are so many things put together. Somebody also asked a similar question: what is decision? Extra. Decision is on a particular matter. I made sure that I was giving examples here. Okay, minute of meeting. We consider the issue of school fees. In the agenda for meeting, you have a day for resumption of academic school fees, new school fees, and other matters. In the first agenda, you have taken a decision on what to be paid as school fees. So the decision you are writing is on that first particular matter, that school fees. That decision is what you are writing. Decision arrived at in respect of just that school fees. That is decision extract. So somebody you are just extracting out of so many things considered one item. Are you following? I think that's a summary. You are just extracting, that is extract. You just gotten from so many of one something out of so many things. Senate consider this amongst others, this particular something. Now give a just decision extract on that one matter considered. The other something is she asked a question on emergency meeting. Whether you read emergency meetings are also meeting, you sign minutes you sign minutes of emergency meetings. You sign minutes. There are minutes of meeting. You sign them. Like I said, it does not take a statutory, because when it's statutory meeting, periods are given for you to send that notice of meeting. But because of that nature of the meeting, emergency, the meeting arose out of emergency, an emergency something. So sudden. So usually emergency meetings are considered to give 3 days notice for emergency meeting. So but other meetings can be 4 days and so on and so forth. For emergency meeting, When you give a notice of meeting for emergency, just less than 3 days, it's emergency. And like I said before, that emergency arose out of something that if you leave it to the date that meetings, okay, I give you an example. For my university, Senate meetings are usually held the third Wednesday of every month. The first chancellor will look at it. Oh, students are rioting, maybe because of school fees. The VC will not wait for the third of the Wednesday of the next month to call that meeting. He will quickly call the emergency meeting to take a decision on that. Because if he allows passage of time till that third Wednesday of the month, many things will go wrong. So he quickly tells you, call emergency meeting. So emergency meeting is summoned to take care of that particular issue, that burning issue. Are you following? So usually it is only one item agenda, emergency meeting, and it's considered and disposed of immediately. And such minutes are also brought even in the normal meeting. You brought minutes of it and present it. People will now see that decision they took on so emergency meeting. It is also considered. But the only difference is that minutes of emergency meetings are not read. You don't read minutes of emergency meeting, you don't read it. It just won't matter that we don't read minutes of emergency meeting. You don't read minutes of emergency meeting. Yes, just one item agenda. Again, you talked about something that happened in your school, in attendance. Of course, we know, as I know, we are particular about what? Hierarchy. We are particular about hierarchy. And so, if you are taking attendance, it is from the senior to the lowest. When you pass that thing, of course you should know who you are passing the attendance. Number one, you are looking for the chairman. So number one, you write number, and looking for then the other, or you begin to write down. They will now write. It is for you to, when you are now doing the thing proper, doing the attendance, you now rearrange it. You now rearrange it the way it should be. Sometimes people have the attendance written. You just think that you are present. If you have the time, the attendance is written, so you just think that you are present and just sign that you are following. My sister also called my attention to the that if you have opening prayer, that you must also have closing prayer. Yes, I said you must have opening. So in the closing, what constitutes the closing? You of course you have to say the last item the closing prayer was sing by so president. We have adopted that as convention here in Nigeria. We've adopted that as convention. It is conventional here in Nigeria here that we say opening and closing prayer. It is conventional for us here in Nigeria. We say closing and opening and closing. It is conventional. But a president that has been, president is when somebody has set an example, and that example is now used. It has some precedence. So we have formed that as presidents to always say closing prayers. I think I have answered all the questions.
Anupa, let me support what you said regarding the differences between reports and minutes. Yes, just one thing to add. When you're making reports, you respect the term of reference. Sometimes, most times, you have the term of reference. Thank you. And we are from the same place, so
Thank you very much. The prayer, my friend Chris made a prayer. It is, let me remind you that it is for the ESCO yet now to that gate. Thank you very much.
Please, can we clap for him once again? Our sister came to inform us that she was privileged to have attended a conference abroad, and that she discovered that they did not pray there. You see, I'm happy the presenter has told us that we don't pray as in Nigeria. But we may not prayers, we may not actually believe in those prayers. So we pray believing in those prayers. And abroad, they don't pray at the prayers regularly. And it does not make you a better Christian than them. It is they take whatever is former. And the secularity of their state is upheld. In Nigeria here we say it's a secular state. Nigeria is not a secular state too. In the real sense of the word. We say nobody, the culture does not recognize Christian, does not recognize Islam. It's a lie. But in abroad, they are strict with it. They don't want to know whether you are a Buddhist, whether you are a Christian, whether you are anything. Theirs is do your work and go. And I think it has helped them. So, and the more we stick to the former way of doing things, the better for us. It will be well with all of us. We want to really appreciate everybody for today's program. It has been very, very educative, informative, and highly remarkable. We want to thank you all. This is the essence of the training, and we will continue tomorrow morning. But we want to assure you that we will do everything possible to make your stay very interesting. We have a bus that will take some of us away, as we have told you earlier, but there will be a specific place that the bus will drop everybody at the gate, so that you can, from the gate, move to various other destinations. Thank you very much. I want to tell you too that tomorrow we are going to start very early. Please listen. Why we will start early is that tomorrow we want to make sure that everybody receives his or her certificate. So once we start on time, we will be able to distribute the certificates on time. Please note this, and we wish you a very good night rest. And please don't do what I will not do. Thank you very much.
Bring it on.
Pray Almighty Allah for His love, for His protection, for His kind on us. We pray Almighty Allah to continue to guide us. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahmanirrahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin.
Amen. By respecting our code of conduct, aims and objective, and all the rest, please can we all stand as we recite our aims and objectives as well as the code of conduct. Of the members to arrange conferences for the exchange of ideas in the development of the administrative and management of higher education, provision of forum for the discussion of current problems in the university education, issuance of publication from time to time in furtherance of the aim and objectives of the association, facilitating the exchange of information on professional, managerial, and administrative activities, as well as techniques and skills among members, and maintain link with the university administrators and managers of other bodies involved in higher education locally and internationally. Anupa Code of Conduct. Once I say that I, you mention your name. That I, Dr. Dula Olufisayo Akimani, as a professional university administrator, will put service above self and will ever seek to devise and employ more efficient ways of getting things done. That I, Dr. Anupa, as a professional university administrator, accept the most transparent, honest, and ethical process of thought for all decisions in my daily work, and be myself free from any fraudulent and all corrupt practices within my scope of authority. Treat all persons as being equal and refuse to give special favors or privileges to anyone. So help me God. Let us clap for ourselves, please. Please let me be seated. We are happy we have all returned safely here this morning. And like I told us when I was giving the opening remark in respect of this training this morning, that as much as possible we want to make sure we leave this place on time so that those who have some other things to do can do them, and those who also collect their certificates can also collect. And I remember I told us yesterday that by the grace of God, all the lecture materials will be forwarded to our email addresses. Now for us, I will not try. We are trying to be ICT compliant too now, so that you will have access to those things and they will form part of the things in your library. I am praying that in another 5 to 10 years, some of you also will become one of the lecturers to be invited. And so you have to start equipping yourself now. That was how we trained ourselves. So as we were attending, we were keeping. As I was coming to use it at this level, you will be surprised that any time you go, you always come at top. Yes, because you have been well nurtured, so it is to our advantage. I remember one of my mentors, Ty. He says education and knowledge is for the personal use of the person being educated. So when you are educated, it is for your personal use. It's not for any other person. It will reflect anywhere you go. I greet all of us once again. You have known our president. He doesn't need any further introduction. His name is Dr. Ben Kuma. I want to pronounce it the way you want it. Dr. Victor Kuma Ben. Please can we clap for him? So he will be representing all other EXCO members, so that I don't waste time. You all know all of us here. So at least at the head, he takes charge. Now I want to, as he comes in, I will introduce him. One of our registrars who has chosen to be part of us, we really appreciate him. As soon as he comes in, we also introduce him to us, and he will come and sit at the high table here. Now let me call on the chairman of this session, Mrs. Jalal Rashid, the Vice President too. Please can you come forward, ma'am? We are going to be the chairman of the first session. Is she around? Please, but we are waiting for somebody should meet her here. She is. Okay, ma'am. Okay. She will join us. Now let me invite one of us, Mr. Barrister Antamen, please don't go away. Please, we need you here now. We want to request our first lecturer of today to come forward. And is no other person than Barrister Hawa Lami Temine, the acting general manager, University of Jos Consultancy Services in Jos. So she's a barrister, she's the one to put us.
This is Hawa Lami Temine, acting general manager, University of Jos Consultancy Limited. You're welcome. Hawa Lami Temine was born into the family of Honorable Toma and Hajuji Gaba, all of blessed memory, in Jos Plateau State, Nigeria. She hails from Kanam, local government in Plateau State. She taught through the educational sojourn in the unbroken sequence. She attended Lama Private School, Jos, where she obtained her first school leaving certificate in 1991. She proceeded to the prestigious Baptist High School, Jos, from 1991 to 1997. She obtained her first degree and second degrees in law from the University of Jos in 2004 and 2020, respectively. She began her career as a university professional administrator in April 2009 as an administrative officer too, and is currently a principal assistant registrar in the University of Jos. She is also currently the acting general manager of the Unijos Consultancy Limited, a position she has held since January 2020. She has been a member of the Association of Nigerian University Professional Administrators, Anupa, since 2009. She was the Anupa Unijos branch treasurer from 2015 till 2016, when she had to relinquish the position to take up the position of the National Legal Officer of Anupa from 2016 to 2021. Mrs. Temine has attended numerous workshops organized by Anupa at branch and national levels. She has also attended other trainings organized by Committee of Vice Chancellors, Center for Management and Development, and C. Caution Business Schools, among others. Lami is married with 2 thriving children.
The topic for this morning is interpretation and application of university laws, rules and regulations, conditions of service, career structure, standing orders, statutes and ordinances in daily assignments. The challenge is facing university professional administrators. The topic for this morning is interpretation and application of university laws, rules and regulations, conditions of service, career structure, standing orders, statutes and ordinances in daily assignments. The challenge is facing university professional administrators. I think I will just ask us to pay attention since this is not ready yet. But before we start, I want to ask a question. I want to paint a picture at the back of our minds before we start. Please, who knows how to swim? Swim. Yeah, swimming. Okay, I'm seeing a couple of hands, yeah? You know how to swim. How did you learn? You learned it yourself. How? River or swimming pool? Pool. Those river ones, you're the ones I'm looking for. I see them. How did it happen? Can I ask?
Yes.
I was afraid to enter the villa. They initially asked me to come in, and I was afraid. They paid one thing to another. Finally, I entered, then they said that start. I swallowed it.
The younger generation, yes, a couple of us learn in swimming pool. But they say generation Z, Y, above. Most of them, they push them into the swimming pool and you had to learn yourself. So let's just have that at the back of our minds as we take this topic. Okay, we're up. Rules and regulations prescribe required conduct or action, and they are usually binding on persons belonging to a body or institution. Common synonyms of regulations are canon, law, ordinance, precepts, rule, and statute. And they mean a principle governing action or procedure, while regulation implies prescription by authority in order to control an organization or system. So what are some regulations found in the university system? The University Act. Yesterday, Mr. Uguruko asked us a question. Who has seen the University Act? I just saw 2-3 hands coming up. The University Act is the statute that brings the university into being. For every university to come into existence and operate as a tertiary institution, it must have the backing or force of law to do so. For federal universities, universities are created through acts of National Assembly. For example, the University of Jos was created following the Act of the National Assembly, and it is cited as that's Cap U8, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, LFN 2004. So if you want to see what University Act looks like, go to your phones right now and type Chapter U8, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004. You see University of Jos Act. You have an idea. Go and also search. You also find how it's cited for your own various universities. So next time they ask you, have you seen an act? I hope all the hands would go up. In the same vein, state universities are a creation of state houses of assembly. For example, the law establishing Plateau State University is cited as Law Number 4 of 2005 as contained in the Plateau State of Nigeria Gazette Number 3, Volume 11 of May 2006. For private universities, they come into being following the issuance of provisional license to operate by the Federal Executive Council on the recommendation of NUC in line with Education Act Cap E3 2004, as well as Company and Allied Matters Act, known as CAMA. The issuance of a license is subject to meeting some basic requirements, among which is the submission of the draft law and academic brief of the proposed university to NUC. So every university must have a law that brought it into being. That's all the English was speaking for this section. Now, condition of service. Condition of service is a document which sets out terms and conditions upon which an employer and employee must adhere to for the smooth running of the organization. It also spells out penalties for breach of such conditions. I'm quite sure quite a number of us have seen the condition of service for your various universities. It applies in both public and private sector. Now, career structure. This is also known as scheme of service. This is a policy document that provides clearly defined career structures. It can also be described as a legal document prescribed in accordance with regulations of the service commissions or any such similar institutions that deal with career progression of staff. It specifies the qualifications, duties, competencies, skills and experience required for the prospective job holder, as well as duties and responsibilities of a job. A scheme of service sometimes shows salaries attached to each grade. It also spells out the duties of the cadre, the method of entry into the cadre, and advancements within and beyond the cadre, from entry to the end of service of the agency. In addition, the law insider defines scheme of service as the qualifications and levels of experience required for entry into an employment in a public office for which a scheme of service has been approved by the Commission and is applied. Now we'll talk about the grade and the experience and the qualifications. At entry point, let's say admin officer 2, it says a degree in humanities, or it spells out the degrees that will qualify you into admin officer cadre. But there's also entry into AO1, isn't it? What are the qualifications? It either accepts an AO2 with 3 years experience or master's degree. Abi? And most of the time, AO2 is quantity 7, AO1 quantity 8. So you see, the scheme of service provides the cadre, the qualifications, and the salary grade. That is what a scheme of service is. It spells it out clearly. Most of the time, if you see adverts also, it tells you, in accordance with the scheme of service or this contains this, it will give you a range. It gives a range because sometimes you find people transferring services from one university to the other. So you may be an AO1, contains 8. Somebody else may be coming from another university, has been AO1 on contains for like 2 years. And if they're transferring, the steps can't be the same. Do we get it? So sometimes that's why they give that range when they are placing adverts. But scheme of service provides for the rank, the cadre, the qualifications, the experience that you need. Now we also have criteria for appointment and promotions. Each university has a document which spells out the criteria that must be met by teaching and non-teaching staff in order to enjoy promotions. For example, the University of Jos requires that for a reader to be promoted to the rank of a professor, he or she must meet the following requirements. 1. Minimum of 3 years cognate teaching experience at the university level as reader. 2. Considerable background in research with a minimum of 15 publications in circulation. 3. A minimum of 3 years as reader in a university. 4. Evidence of sustained productive scholarship. Must have at least 3 additional publications since last promotion. 5. Dissemination of knowledge through professional and academic activities. 6. Evidence of postgraduate supervision at postgraduate level. 7. Evidence of academic leadership and mentoring. 8. Evidence of administrative experience. 9. Impeccable integrity and character. 10. Favorable external assessment. But bear in mind that these criteria vary from one university to the other. There are some that require more publications. There are some that require a particular level of administrative experience. You must be a HOD, you must have been a dean, and all of that. So it varies, but basically, these are the criteria for promotion to professor. But I want to make a point here. As a diligent administrator, you know that these are not the only criteria. True or false? There are some other salient ones that are there. For example, you must be principal author in a particular number of publications. Abi? Then also, you must have a certain number of external publications. So, the bottom line of the point I'm making here is, yes, this is what that section provides. But if you don't read through the entire document, you don't know what the other provisions are, the other criteria for promotion to the rank of professor. Let's bear that in mind as we go on. Now another regulation, another document is standing orders. Most of us know standing order of bank, isn't it? Okay. It's quite different. Standing order is quite different from the instruction that you give to your bank and pay somebody a fixed amount of money from your account on the same day, each week or month. For the purpose of discipline or savings, most of us are young parents. What some of us do is we give standing order to bank. As soon as your salary comes in, they remove it and send it to another account so that you will not touch it. Abi? Yes. Some of us do that. My own standing order is for 30th of the month. And when I need money, as soon as they pay salary, I'll remove it from the whole account and transfer it somewhere. So that when we reach that 30th, there's no money to it. But some of us have that discipline, we leave it. At that particular date, it now deducts and saves. That's not the standing order we're talking about. These are orders that set out how University Council and its committees conduct their business and discharge their obligations. They apply to Council and all committees, subcommittees, and other groups unless the context provides otherwise. Standing orders set out how Council meetings should be run. They can include how to vote, how to make decisions, ways the Council or Council committee can agree to deal with difficult decisions. These standing orders are also used at Senate meetings. If you want to see what standing orders look like, I'm sure a lot of us have copies of the Anupa Constitution. Just check pages 61 to 65. It gives you an idea of what standing orders are, how meetings are conducted. You raise hand, it is the chairman that presides over the meeting. When president gives, or the chairman of the meeting gives somebody the floor, the person should be allowed to speak. If somebody wants to interrupt, they say point of information or point of order. That's standing order, how meetings should be conducted. Now, statutes and ordinances. In its ordinary sense, statute refers to the general and permanent laws of a state, which is enacted by a legislative body. Ordinance, on the other hand, is a local law that is passed by municipal governing authorities, such as the city council or county board. Statutes and ordinances provide the constitutional framework that allows the university to govern its affairs. Statutes could cover subjects such as the chancellor and the government of the university, membership of the university and degrees, university offices and employment in the university, discipline, trusts, finance, audit, planning and property, colleges, etc. I earlier talked about the University Act. The University Act is a statute. Are we together? Yeah. All right. Now that we've talked about all these regulations and all these laws governing the university, what's the relationship between the university administrator and the regulations? All these aforementioned regulations are very important and should form parts of everyday life of a university administrator. Regulations are the compass that guide an administrator through the murky waters of administration. An administrator without the full grasp of regulations governing the university could be likened to a rudderless ship moving aimlessly without direction. Therefore, not knowing, not abiding by, or worse still, not guiding staff of the university aright portends disaster for the university administrator. As such, regulations should be held close to the chest and applied according to every given situation. Talking about a rudderless ship. I think about 3 years ago we went to a village. I refuse to admit that it is my village, but we went to a village. Or we were going to a village for a program. And we hadn't been there for a very long time. But an occasion came up that we had to go. Of course, we didn't know the way. And the way to the village, there's a river that you have to cross. And you know how those of you that stay near water bodies, the sand is very fine. It's very, smooth. So if tire tracks follow that route, before long, it scatters. So it's very difficult to have tire marks to show you directions to the road. So if you don't know the way, you have to get somebody to guide you. So we got someone. You know, when you're going, the man will just say, "Park, stop, stop." He will stop. He will look left, look right. He said, "Take this road." You say, "Wahala, fear, follow." Sometimes he will stop, he say, "Park." Then he will come out, look around, look. Then say, "Take left." As far as we were lost, we were gone for good. But before long, we now started seeing, you start seeing huts and hamlets. If we didn't go with someone who knew the road, we were done for. Because there were no tire tracks. No, of course, there won't be any compass there. No Google map will respect any place here. So if that person didn't know the way, the person knew it by heart. That was why he would stop, look. We didn't know what he was looking at, but because he was an expert, he could direct us. And that's how we are as administrators. There's no ASU member here. There's a lot of crowd, they talk a lot. But invariably in committees, they depend on you as the administrator to guide them. So if you as the administrator, you don't know the regulation, you don't know how to direct and advise, there will be problem. A lot of us are secretaries to sensitive committees, exam misconduct, disciplinary committees. And if you don't guide them according to the regulations, it spells disaster. You will get there. Now that we've talked about the relationship, what are the challenges facing university administrators? A typical life of a university administrator is tricky and fraught with challenges, especially with regards to the knowledge and interpretation of rules and regulations. These challenges include, but are not limited to, the following. A. Nonchalance towards acquiring and knowing the rules and regulations. A large number of administrators exhibit a nonchalant attitude with regards to acquiring and studying the rules and regulations. Some administrators have never cited any regulation governing their workplace. This is unheard of. Admittedly, the university has a duty to furnish all staff with all the relevant documents he or she needs to function effectively in his or her assignment. However, a conscientious administrator should take steps to acquire these documents, even if it means borrowing from other colleagues and making copies for personal use. Not knowing the contents of regulation leaves administrators blank and unable to properly guide other members of staff, or these staff are misguided and wrong decisions are taken by individuals or committees, which could lead to litigation and loss of huge sums of money by the university. Some of these costly errors are one of the primary reasons other staff of the university, especially the teaching staff, look down on administrators and sometimes want to take over their roles and functions in the university. However, where a university administrator knows his or her onions, is well versed in the rules and regulations governing the university, looks and talks smartly and confidently, such a person will easily become a force to be reckoned with, and people will start clamoring to have him or her serve as a secretary to their committee, or would even lobby to have such a person posted to their department, as the case may be. True or false? If you know the regulations, you don't have to be a lawyer to know the regulations. Sometimes you find chairmen of committees who are usually professors or members of teaching staff insisting that something should be done. Hey, this is how we used to do it in our faculty, this is how it's done. If you know your onions, please sir, that's not the way it should be. You don't have to quarrel. Remember our talk of yesterday. You don't have to sit and face them and say, I know this, you don't know, go and sit down, no. But you can gently insist, no sir, this is not the way it's done. This and this and this are the regulations. So please let's go by it. bring the regulations, bring it. By the time you bring and you're right, and the person is wrong, that person will respect you. The respect will be stepped up. Have you ever had issues? I'm sure those of us that work in registrar's office or establishment, when they say bring up posting, and the draft is done, or posting has been done, you find them coming back to come and be disturbing the registrar. Why did you remove this, my staff? Oh no, I beg, Oga or Madam, come on this staff for us, I beg, we don't want this. We don't want trouble. I hope we're not like that here. We're talking about other people, it's not us here. If you know your onions, nobody will push you around. Especially as younger administrators, they say, when did this one enter this university? Well, if you know your rules, JJ, and you know when you know it, the way you don't even need to raise your voice when you're telling them, no sir, like, just say it quietly. You say, this one, leave her, she knows her work. If you just talk one her, she just give you. And they say, hello, I'm coming. If you didn't know the regulation, sit down there. Mr. Ogoroku said it yesterday. If you're not careful, they'll say, this lecturer too, take the minutes for us. No. There are so many duties and roles of administrators that are slowly ebbing away. They are slowly taking it from us. We shouldn't let that happen. If we know what we are doing, we should be the reference point and not the other way around. The person is a professor of his own field. You're getting there. You will be professors in your own field too. And you should be a reference point. Another challenge a university administrator may face is intimidation by fellow staff of the university. This intimidation arises subtly or outrightly. For example, where a candidate is seeking employment in the university and does not meet the laid down criteria, and such a person is a candidate of a staff or even a management staff of the university, the interested staff of the university, especially those who will influence, will try to intimidate the administrator saddled with the responsibility of recruitment of staff. This scenario also applies in the case of candidates seeking admission into the university. Only an administrator who is well-grounded in the provision of regulations can withstand such pressures and intimidation. Some may see you as inflexible and tough, but as an administrator, when everyone is happy with you, it means you're not doing your job well. Being a people pleaser means an aspect of your job is suffering, as you are not being diligent and you're compromising your job. Be well grounded in the rules and regulations, and you will be able to withstand all forms of intimidation that may arise. It's very easy to be bullied. Issues of admission, issues of recruitment. You know, say, what? Is it not just, they said credit in maths. He has a P7 now, what is it? And some of these people, they know these things. They will set you up. When something goes wrong, they say, ask the administrator now. But they were the ones disturbing you. Somebody that ordinarily, if you say good morning, says, I'm past. Tomorrow you say, young lady, how are you this morning? He's building a case for himself. Tomorrow, how are you? Have you eaten? Let me send you lunch. By the next week, you say, I have admission request. You're the one compiling. That person has a problem. So, if it's subtle, you don't give in, it now becomes outright. And what is it now? Other people are doing it. After all, I know somebody in University of so, and they admitted that person with this type of result. What is your problem? You want to show us how to do the work here? Let's be careful. Let's not give in. The worst also is that of employment. If you're maybe the secretary in charge of, the staff in charge of recruitment, you're the secretary of that panel. You know, they already tell their people, don't worry, just come in. But we're going to interview you now. We're there for you. You know, they've not told you, the secretary of the interview panel. By the time they start scrutinizing, the person maybe that said, no problem, would quickly go through, flip through the the papers, the documents of that person. Oh, it's okay, you pass. You have to be very diligent to check. And if you check and the person does not meet the criteria, you need to raise alarm. Let that professor not say, well, who is this guy? Let me just digress. One of the first assignments I handled as a recruitment officer, I was understudying someone who was about to retire. And we're conducting interview for someone who was coming to the rank of professor. I think it was architecture. So, you know the constitution of a panel when you're interviewing a professor. Anybody less than professor does not attend that interview. So the professors were there, the dean of the faculty, the HOD, even if the HOD is not a professor, because he is the head of the department, that person attends, is on that panel. So we're there, I carried my file and followed and entered. As soon as we entered, the chairman of the panel said, who is this girl? So the deputy registrar said, she's my staff. Is a girl like this supposed to be in an interview of a professor? That's the first bomb I got, the first assignment. The DR now said, if I'm not here and she's not here, this meeting will not go. We're coming to mentorship later. You see the way I crossed my leg down. Looking at that professor throughout. Till today he calls me Ami Manyamata. That is senior woman. Since that encounter, because the deputy registrar covered me. Don't be intimidated. But also, I'm coming there. Hide behind your boss. Let's go on to the portal. Poor mentoring culture. We've reached them. Oh, sorry, lack of training and retraining. That's another very important challenge we can't walk away from. Another challenge being faced by university administrators is lack of training and retraining and poor research culture. The university has a responsibility to train both the teaching and non-teaching staff in their various areas of specialization so as to ensure optimum performance. Unfortunately, paucity of funds has hampered sponsorships for training from within and outside the university community. In recent times, TechFund issued a letter notifying tertiary institutions of its inability to sponsor non-teaching staff to attend conferences abroad, citing paucity of funds as its reason. The leadership of SANU swiftly issued a statement kicking against the directive, stating that it was capable of retarding staff development and even threatening industrial harmony within the system. Although the union advised TechFund to withdraw the notification, there has been no response and therefore status quo still remains. However, rather than wallowing in self-pity and latching onto this as an excuse, a diligent administrator can deliberately set aside funds and go for trainings for self-development. Relevant trainings can be identified in institutions such as ASCON, CMD, and other such bodies. Anupa, for example, churns out various and regular trainings at chapter and national levels, and university administrators can take advantage of these opportunities to hone and sharpen their skills. I salute those that, on their own, came here for this training. As we were doing registration yesterday, some people actually said they came on their own. We don't need to always sit back and wait for universities to sponsor us. It's ideal, but if the ideal is not there, we can actually take necessary steps to train ourselves. There are people who were not able to be here physically, but they're participating virtually. It costs less, but they're still being trained all the same. So let us see ourselves as diligent administrators who want to learn, who want to add value to ourselves. Another challenge is poor mentoring culture. This has also proven to be a major challenge to upcoming university administrators. On one hand, unlike in years past, a lot of the senior administrators do not make the necessary efforts to mentor the younger administrators. The upcoming administrators are left on their own to struggle to find their feet. Some senior administrators go as far as withholding some vital information from their juniors for reasons best known to them, thereby raising half-baked administrators who do not have a full grasp of how things should be done properly, and this in turn leads to lack of confidence on the part of junior administrators, which then causes them to become easy targets for intimidation and disregard by other staff of the university. On the other hand, junior administrators do not avail themselves for mentoring by the senior administrators. As a matter of fact, when a senior administrator insists on processes to be properly followed in carrying out assignments, such a person is seen as fussy and unnecessarily difficult. As a result of this, a lot of senior administrators are unable to effectively pass on their knowledge and experience to the junior administrators who will take up their roles following their exit from the system. Yesterday we heard the registrar of Ibadan talking about PARs latched onto deputy registrars to learn from them. He said he was the one that was going to the PAR's office because the PAR didn't see the need to go to him. This ought not to be so. We should be open to learning. Learning happens every day. There are some aspects of minute writing I picked from Mr. Oke yesterday. I took it for granted, but when he said it, I noted it. We are learning every day. Let's be open. Let's be teachable. But on the other hand, the senior administrators too should not make life miserable for us. I've come there. Yeah, that's it. We once had a senior admin. Anybody that walked under that man, if you didn't cry with your 2 eyes, you have not started. And he insists. They said they are BBC. What was BBC of yesterday? He is the chairman of BBC. He would never accept any soft copy. You must print it, hard copy, and you have 100 and something pages. If you see the red biros he will give you. You know, if you want to even conserve, there are some pages that maybe there was no correction. At least you can remove those ones, correct the ones he copied, and then attach them. Like for every page, you read by top to bottom. He will now use arrow, draw line under, scribble. Then when you correct it to suit him, take it back to him and see. He corrects himself. And maybe you correct it back to what you wrote before. The secretary will put hand on the head. You, the junior administrator, you put hand on the head. He will keep you in the office till 7:30 to 8. He doesn't care how you came, whether you're mobile or not. Who want to work with that kind of person? So you avoid such a person rather than wanting to work with them. Fortunately, most senior administrators now are more friendly. The ones we met when we were in the university, there was one. She was the deputy registrar of establishment. VC has to arrange himself before he sends for her. Not the registrar, the VC. Because she doesn't even answer the registrar. What's her own? You know how you feel, this one we came together, or he even came after me. He's the one that wants to send for me. If the registrar wants to see her, he comes to her office. If the VC needs something, he has to gather himself, then he will send for her. And in those days, contracts used to abound because there are not too many administrators and work needed to be done. So they used to give contracts. You know, I said some of them don't teach you all the rudiments of the work with the hope that they'll be giving contracts. That's one reason. The person I told you I was understudying, when he sees me, he will not put the paper away. Hey, how are you? Okay, go and take attendance. I was only good for attendance. But the minute writing himself, I didn't know. After 6 months, he now wrote applying for contract, and the reason was the young girl has not finished learning the work. So it was me he was taking to catch cruise, to be getting contract appointments because I had not learned. Meanwhile, he was refusing to teach me. There are some of them that are like that. Should I shake a table here and talk about women issues? Should I shake the table? As minute as parking space is an issue, why would you park in this space? It's my own space. You want to show me that you have a bigger car than me? I will deal with you. Why are you looking better dressed than your madam? Hey. Why are you wearing wig more expensive than your madam? It becomes a problem. Let me shake the table the way this podium is and scatter it. The person just becomes hostile for reasons that has nothing to do with the job itself. But let me drop it. As we're learning these things, we are slowly climbing up the ranks. Let us not do the same thing to our juniors. Let's be nicer administrators, because we know, we can remember how we suffered. Please. It's like churning out, when you talk about bullying in secondary school. You hear one child that cannot stay in boarding school, this one is making their life miserable. You, the parents, will go and shout, and they even remove the child from their room and change their room. And such children now become bullies when they become seniors. Please, let's not repeat the same process. Let's be accessible. As we're learning, let's also learn to pass this. Well, whether we like it or not, time is going. When did this year start? We're about to enter September. Before you know it, you're due for promotion. Some of you are going to SAR, PAR. Go. We're moving. Slowly. You know, when they move the retirement age from 60 to 65, some people say, hey, this one has refused to go. But it's more than 5 years since that 65. So those ones that were saying they are still there, they're already going. And we're the ones slowly some of us are heads of units here. As SAR, we're already heading units. So please, as we're complaining, I was like, hey, yes, it's true. Let's not carry out that same villain attitude to those coming after us. I'm not saying that we shouldn't check them. Some young people, you know, this what you call initial gragra. You finish school, we are all post, wearing high dish, the whole corridor, we know that a new administrator is in town. Allow him. Slowly. Is it the Lord they tell blind man say rain before? Slowly. You just guide them. Check them. Where they are wrong, correct. But correct in love. Correct as you would your child. Where you need to be strict, be strict. Where you need to be friendly with them, be friendly with them. And also our seniors here. Please, when you go for senior administrators, let's also chide ourselves so that we're accessible senior administrators. What are the recommendations? Despite the challenges listed, and even those not listed above, an administrator, being a problem solver, can find solutions and make headway in his or her career. Some of these recommendations are given below. Suggested, let's put up the standing order for University of Jos so that you see what it looks like. I attached it, but it's written in tiny print. So what are the recommendations? Regular study of rules and regulations. An administrator must be constantly abreast with rules and regulations governing the university. Rather than indulge in movies with endless episodes, make out time to watch news and read latest bulletins and reviewed rules as it relates to the university. Make it a habit to read and update yourself constantly. Some of us are Netflix fans, Abi. Episode 1, 2, 3, 4. How many of us have watched Game of Thrones here? Can't he refuse to finish? Very interesting though. But on and on, the hours spent. Somebody mentioned, do you watch news? NTA News, yes, somebody said, who do you watch NTA News now? Okay, if you're not watching NTA News, watch TVC now. NTA, Babu. AIT, no. TVC, channels, fit, Even the news on that pops up on our phone, when we just shift it and continue, it's even interrupting our gist. Or we're watching status of different weeks. The news comes up, just remove that news. We want to see what is happening there. No. Just yesterday, I think we were coming in the bus and we saw breaking news that a building collapsed in Abuja. We said, this Abuja that we are in, I beg you. I hope it's not near where we are all staying. Because some of us are not even aware. Have you heard any NYSC matter? Who has heard anything about NYSC? There's one NYSC trending matter this morning. Who has heard? Hi. About 4 people. Even me that I was preparing for this, I saw breaking news. Let us learn to read. Let us learn to hear what is happening. Trending news, how things are taking shape. Make our time for things that don't build us as administrators. Let us be deliberate. Let's make our time. Even if it's 15 minutes a day. You know, sometimes if we are within the main admin building, you work in establishment, you have the rules at your fingertips. But maybe you're in campus 3. You don't even know what is happening. Maybe they have reviewed the rules and you're not aware. You'll be lost. There's a rule, for example, in the University of Jos. In years past, is when you go on study leave, those years are not counted for you for purpose of promotion, right? But there's a remixed version now. If you come back, you resume duty, it's counted. Or if it's not full-time, you're on ground studying, it's still counted for you. But this is a recent review. So can you imagine you're not there and a teaching staff comes to you for advice. What do I do? I'm supposed to go and study. They say, nothing for you. If you don't go, that's all. Because you don't know the review. You're misguiding such a person. So let's read. Make it a regular. I hope we read our holy books constantly, the way we do devotion. Also have your book by your side as you're entering office. Okay, let me read section this to this of the regulations. Let's make it a habit to study. A diligent administrator should take it upon himself or herself to attend trainings to build his or her capacity. You can discipline yourself to save a small portion of your salary monthly until you are able to afford a training. Very impactful local trainings abound, and one must not travel abroad to get trained. Furthermore, virtual options, which are usually cheaper, are also available for participants to take advantage of. It can be 5,000 monthly, you save. It can be through standing order. You can even do adashi. And when it's coming close to August, that's when they're having junior officers training. That's when you are packing. When you pack, you pay for the train. You must not come physically, but get trained, get retrained. When you hear university training issues from various quarters, from several people outside your own zone, it sharpens you. Some of us can do adashi and buy anything, gold. Without batting an eye, some of us can buy, you can save up and buy wig for 150, 180,000. We should be able to deliberately set money aside to get ourselves trained. You're clapping now because I said wig, but some men can do anything for perfume too. Yesterday we were talking about it. Somebody said his cupboard is lined with perfume. Once he smells perfume, his body starts shaking. He will go and look for money. I don't want to call the person's name before he buy me. So the same way his body is shaking too, he should shake too and save something to be trained. Abi? Okay, women clap for me since we talked about perfume. Since we said we were clapping. An upcoming administrator should be open-minded and willing to learn from both seniors and fellow colleagues. No man or woman is an island. Therefore, every administrator should be humble enough to learn from others, even their juniors. Where observations and corrections are made, administrators should be humble enough to take heed of these constructive criticisms so as to emerge more refined and able to tackle bigger assignments. In the same vein, an administrator can identify 2 or 3 colleagues that he or she can give their minutes, reports, and other such documents to have a second look at in order to point out errors not previously identified. Such collaborations can also help to produce a better refined administrator. I dare say, not just your junior colleagues, even clerks in the office. There are some that have been there for years. They know how things are done. They will guide you. When we first started practice, usually in court, the judge sits like this. Then the clerks sit facing the judge. Facing you, backing the judge. So when you are facing the judge and you're moving a motion or you're talking, then some of these judges can be very impatient. They say yes. When you're talking, they're just looking out the window. That kind, continue talking your rubbish. You find the clerk cutting you eye. When the judge now says, so what is your prayer? You see them whispering to you, pray for adjournment, pray for adjournment. A sharp lawyer will take a cue from these court clerks and quickly take, because the person already knows the body language of this judge. They already know that what you are praying for is maybe not enough, is not adequate, or is even off point. They will quickly be cutting you eye. So you see a lot of sharp lawyers are very good friends with the clerks. They are the ones that will give you a tip. They are the ones that will give you a favorable date. They are the ones that if the judge is not going to, they will tell you, don't do it like this. Take a date in so. That time the person has come back, is relaxed. They are the ones that will guide you. And so it is with the university system. There are some clerks, some EOs that something happened, they are not administrators per se, but they are very good at their jobs. Don't say, Abego, please, this clerk, who is he? There are some people cleaners. Some of these people that are in some of these sensitive offices, they hear discussions. They know how things are done. Never look down on anyone. Everybody is useful. Some of them can save your life, especially in the office. Learn to be open-minded. Learn from everybody. If you do your minutes, you do your report, take it to someone. Please look at this for me. Is it okay? You say, okay, no, do this, move it this way, add this, remove this, it's too sensitive. You come out better. I know how many people I sent my paper to have a look at for me. So let's learn to be open-minded, learn from each other, learn from your seniors, learn from your colleagues, learn from your juniors, learn from people who are not even in the admin cadre, and you'll be a better administrator for it. Last recommendation. A good administrator should be innovative. He or she should learn to explore all possible means to resolve challenges that may arise. A versatile administrator will always be sought after. Are you the one that people beg for? Are you the one that people lobby for? Or are you the one that people beg, I beg, I want this one for my office? You should be a sought after administrator. And you're getting trained, you don't even know where it will take you to. Yes, we're all aiming to be registrars, but you may not be registered in your university. You may go and be a big boy or big girl somewhere else. But your administrative experience that you garnered would push you through and make you stand out from among your colleagues. In conclusion, it is clear that challenges abound in the work life of every administrator. Indeed, every aspect of life and all stages of life come with challenges. These challenges are, however, not insurmountable. With discipline, perseverance, and a positive mindset, all challenges can be tackled, and the university administrator can coast to his or her desired destination. Thank you for listening.
Congratulations, madam. Please, can we go after her to continue to clap for her till she's seated? I sit down. Yes, I want to say something that she has done a very, very remarkable presentation. Please, another round of applause. I expect every one of us to learn from what she has said, because it cuts across. Even if you are a deputy registrar, you can always learn from admin officer 1 or even AO2, as the case may be. She said something that struck me before I will release the microphone to the chairman of the session. That has to do with being a composite administrator. Who is a composite administrator? A composite administrator is a total administrator. You get yourself involved in many things that will enrich your knowledge. And the area I want to talk about has to do with when she says some people don't even listen to news. And you are an administrator. And they are talking about university. You don't know. You don't know what is even going on in another university. You don't care. It is not so, and it should not be so. I remember last year, just as an instance, some SARs were to be promoted to principal assistant registrar in my university. The registrar picked some of us that were deputy registrars to attend the interview. Lo and behold, we started asking questions on happenings around. You know, many of them have gone to read the regulation from the first page to the last page. But you see, when you get to the senior level in administration, it is as if you know those things. So what the university is now interested in is your level of relationship with the job. What do you have by relationship? What do you know about what is going on presently, like she mentioned? That recently there was an NUC circular that said, is it NUC or telephone circular, that said that the non-teaching staff are not going to be trained internationally. But if you are not the type that is conversant with this, you may not know. And you not go for interview and they say, recently something happened in telephone. Please, can you tell us what happened? And you say, you are looking up and down. People will be surprised that you didn't know. But you cannot read that one in your university regulation. You cannot see it there. So, on that day, what we asked them, I think about 14 of them, I think only 3 or 4 of them knew the question. We were asking about the issue that happened at the University of Lagos shortly after COVID-19, if you remember, between the Vice Chancellor and the Pro-Chancellor. The Pro-Chancellor sacked the Vice Chancellor. If you remember, some of you are very conversant with what is going around you. And the Senate of the University of Lagos insisted that that the Pro-Chancellor cannot sack the Vice Chancellor. And there was imbroglio in the University of Lagos. Because naturally, the Vice Chancellor is appointed by 2 bodies. The Council as a body and Senate as a body. There are 2 committees. Senate Committee on Appointment of Vice Chancellor, Council Committee on Appointment of Vice Chancellor. These 2 bodies are very important to sack Vice Chancellor. But one of these committees sacked the Vice Chancellor. And the Vice Chancellor refused to go because it was backed by the Senate members. And you know, Senate members are majorly academic professors. Eventually, the president of the country, then Buhari, sacked the Pro-Chancellor. And the Vice Chancellor was allowed to complete his term of office before the new Vice Chancellor that is. The new Vice Chancellor now is a woman. So what I'm saying is that you cannot read those things. You have to be socially relevant as an administrator. When you are socially relevant, whatever goes on in your environment, you know. I remember last year we went to River State. The chairman of Anupa in River State told us that their university was the one paying the highest. Yes, he told us. And he told us that the deputy registrar in their university was earning almost 800,000. And the professor was earning 1.3 million. But you will discover that generally in other universities, they did not earn even more than 60 or 70% of what he said. But you cannot know all these things if you don't relate, know what is going on. When I got to my university and I said it is already a problem to many of them there now. Because people are now using it that if they are paying this there, they must also do something for our university here. So that is what we are trying to say, that you must be a composite administrator. Thank you very much. At this point, I want to hand over to the chairman of the session to give us her own side of the story. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, you will quite agree with me that Barrister Lami has really done just to the topic: interpretation, application of university laws, rules and regulations, condition of service, career structure, scheme of service, standing orders, etc. You would quite agree also with me that these are the cardinal principles on which our duties as university administrators is embedded in. That is the more reason why we should look into these condition of service, scheme of service, and all she has mentioned. We should look at it not only once but twice. It is the tool with which our own responsibilities as university administrators is being guided. She went further to enumerate on the challenges that we administrators face in carrying out our day-to-day activities as seasoned administrators. One of which, she said, is the non-challenge attitude. You will quite agree with me, not only the senior, but the junior staff have a sort of attitude that will not help them achieve their aims and objectives of administrators. They don't go to work early, they don't find it necessary to go through these laws of the universities. Their aim is just only to get paid at the end of the month. That is not the reason why we are being employed. So we should develop this attitude that will make us want to prove that we are equal to the task. That is the more reason why the university academic staff look down upon us, because of our non-challenge attitudes to our duties, and they find that we are not capable to do what we are supposed to. So at any point in time, they feel they should take over from us. I see no reason why we should frown that the academics are taking over our duties. That is our own fault. We did not sit up to our expectation, and they feel we are not reaching out to do what we are supposed to. And if they can do what we are, as we should do as administrators, why would they take over our job? They feel we are hindering the process of delivering our services. At any point in time, they feel you are not capable of doing that, they take over. That is not their fault. It is our fault as administrators to sit up to our responsibilities. She also mentioned one challenge is as wrong interpretation of the laws. If we don't go over and over reading these rules, condition of service, we are not equipped with the capacity to deliver. They can also take over our job, since we don't know what we are supposed to. But from time to time, if even at our leisure, we go over these rules, what the condition of service says, what the conduct of service, at any point in time, we should be able to deliver, and nobody will look down upon us. And one challenge you mentioned is that we do not have confidence in ourselves. Of course, if you are empty upstairs, you won't be able to face the crowd. You don't know what you are supposed to do, and you face people to tell them that you are in charge. There won't be co-relationship between we and the administrators we are serving as admin secretary. Another challenge you make mention is intimidation, fear of intimidation. Of course, all offices, not only recruitment, admission, all offices, there are points in time when you as the head of that unit, you fear that you'll be confronted by other units or the authority that you have not done your job right, or they feel you should do it the way they think. But if you know that this is the proper thing to be done, I see no reason why you should fear anybody, or anybody should confront you to intimidate you that you are not doing the right thing. If you know you are well equipped, you should not be intimidated by anybody. You know your job and you are willing to deliver as it's stated out in the rules and regulations of that university. Another challenge is the lack of training and retraining of our staff. She has enumerated that even if the university, because of porosity of fund, is not able to train us, we should be willing to train ourselves from our pockets. It doesn't have to be an international conference. Even the local membership of such association, as it is now, there are members of this Anupa that are members by virtue of they being employed in the university, but they are not financial members. The funds we gather from these deductions as Anupa members is the one we use in training us. In my university, we have a system that we gradually train all members, but bit by bit. If you are trained this year, the next year, we make sure that the person that has been trained in the past does not come into the list of those that are to be trained again. By so doing, even though we are large in number, we gradually train both the senior and the junior. Of course, this is an association that trains, but the university doesn't have the fund now to be training out of the university treasury. So we take advantage of this Anupa sponsorship and train our members. But if at all the university doesn't train and you are not opportune to be trained by Anupa, though your turn will come gradually, why don't you pay for yourself and be trained? This is something you will be equipped not only for the good of the university but for your own self as well. She has made mention of maybe doing this contributory something adache, where you reserve some part of your salary, even if it is a meager amount. Before the year runs out, you find out that you've had something in your purse that will be able to train you. That is on your own, not even at the expense of the university or the association. This is a credit to you. It will give a great credit in your portfolio. It will uplift your CV at your own expense, not at the expense of the university or the association. Another challenge she made mention is poor mentoring and poor mentoring culture. This mentoring issue is not only based on one factor, not the mentee, but both the mentor and the mentee. The senior colleagues should find it necessary to train the junior colleagues, and the junior colleagues should be willing to learn. But if you have a nonchalant attitude, your mentor will not even find it easy to carry you along. There are some, especially the newly recruited staff, that have that kind of nonchalant attitude. Their whole aim is to be credited with alert at the end of the month. They don't have any interest in learning the job. They don't sit on their desks. They don't. At the end of the month, they expect to get their salary paid. Both the Christians and the Muslims, you will all agree with me that you earn what you do not deserve. If you don't go to work, you don't carry out your duties, but you expect to be paid at the month. That is not good for all. Please sit up to your expectations. Then she finally gave recommendations as to how we can overcome these challenges. Regular study of the rules and regulations. On your duty desks, if you don't have anything doing, you can from time to time get the manual of administration, condition of service, be reading it once in a while at your leisure. By so doing, you'll be equipped with what is the basic tool for carrying out your responsibilities. I had mentioned about training and training, not even at the expense of the university, but with your own income, you can generate something that you can train yourself with. Be open-minded. Learn from not only your seniors, but even a messenger can tell you. A messenger that has worked in a unit or your department that has worked for a very, very long time in that unit may know something that you as a senior administrator does not know. Because they are the ones who carry about the files, they are very inquisitive. Sometimes they go read the memos, they are supposed to move around with the read to know what is happening in that place. So be ready. Be always ready to learn, not even from your seniors, but from your juniors. Carry them along. Sometimes these people know what you don't know. Then she also make mention of how we can vet and our minutes or any work, not even minutes, memos, or how to confide in one or two person that can guide you. Let him go over your work and see if there are any corrections that need to be. There's nothing wrong with something using a red biro, with someone using a red biro on your work. It's just a way of correcting your work and to present something good to wherever that memo or minute is going to. So if you give corrections to one or two persons, there's nothing wrong with it. At least the outcome is the most important thing, so that you have a well-planned and polished outcome. In conclusion, she said these challenges are bound to happen, and you have to sit up to these challenges and make sure that you employ discipline and perseverance in making sure that these challenges are overcome. Ladies and gentlemen, if you equip yourself very well, the discussions had this evening, I don't think we should have any problems in carrying out our duties in our various universities. And we should be ready to impact this knowledge to those that are not here today. When you go back to your various universities, you let them know that this is what you have learned today, and they should be able to grasp something from you. Thank you.
I want to crave the indulgence of the chairperson to allow few questions from our participants, at least 4 in total, and whoever wants to come forward should just ensure that you spend only 1 minute, so that to save time, you don't need to greet too much. She has been greeted, so just go straight to the question you want to ask. Please, if you have questions, can you raise up your hand so that we know those who have questions. 1, please note your number. 2, But okay, this side 3. The man in white 4. Okay, finally 5. So please, number 1, come forward. The rule is clear. Your name, your university, and your rank. Come forward, please. Number 1. Please let's clap for him as he comes forward. Let us always appreciate ourselves now. Thank you. We cannot go and hire people to appreciate us here.
Good day, everyone. I'm Benjamin Ejoma from Michael Abra University. I want to find out if it's actually wrong, probably in the aspect of working with your HOD, who has sometimes been an administrator before converting into a lecturer. He knows all these things. He knows the rules and regulations that guide the administrators. And in the case of admission, he finds out that someone scored D, where the constitution says he should score C. Probably he is, as the HOD, is using his power to tell you to give him admission. And you are trying to tell him that from the results, he didn't make the results C. It's supposed to be C instead of D. And he said you should give him admission. Is it wrong for you to tell him, please sir, with all due respect, probably after everything you go to him, tell him, sir, please put it in writing. Is it really bad? So that you can attach his write-up to the admission letter of the board. So that tomorrow when such issue is called upon, you can refer him to the letter. Thank you. In our area of promotions, sometimes we observe that our promotions are due. Something like last year, and you didn't get the promotion letter. Someone gives you a promotion letter and gets it back. Probably take the date backward on when the promotion is supposed to be given to you. In such case, there is no arrears attached to it. And you are expected to don't question the authority since they have given you the promotion letter. And there is no arrears that is attached to it. What is the administrator of Anupa trying to do in such areas? Or are you supposed to fight such work on your own? Thank you.
Address that. I want the number 2 to come forward. Please, let's start for the number 2. Number 2, please, your name, your university, and your rank. Thank you. 1 minute, please, let's save time.
Thank you so much. My name is Tevin Ayali from Nnamdi Azikiwe University. I'm an assistant registrar. Thank you so much for the lecture. While you were taking the lecture, you said that if you are a people person, come around that probably you are not doing something right, you are compromising. I don't really get it because personally, people come around me, but I do not really compromise my work. I have a way of just managing them, and I thought that administrators should be actually flexible while still, staying on regulations, find a way to. And also, I want to share an experience on intimidation at workplace. I was assigned to cover an appraisal one time, and after the section at the faculty level, the next day we were supposed to return to continue, only for I was engaging one of my colleagues in the office. So by the time I called him, I said, where are you? He said that our deputy registrar sent him. He was not part of the team. That something came up with somebody that we appraised called the vice chancellor, this person called this one called this one. So what we did was not correct. When he's going to correct it, I was thinking about how come? I thought that if there was an error, your boss would call you. What happened? You explain, and then you take it from there. It just went across, and behold, it was an issue of experience. Somebody, a lecturer in pole science, trying to use his experience in mass communication because he was a former public relations officer as a coordinate experience to be counted for, and we said it was not appropriate, including the board. So by the end of the day, because we stuck to the credentials of service and the rules. That argument prevailed, even with all the pressure. Just an experience. Thank you.
Let's start for this more of a comment. Thank you very much. Number 3. Number 3, please. Your name, your university, and your rank. Thank you, madam.
My name is Ruth Philip from the University of Maiduguri, AA. Actually, mine is a suggestion and also a question. In a situation whereby a male comes into the office, yes ma'am, and then it happens that your colleagues, one of your colleagues collected it, and then the colleague refused to allow you to see it because it's tagged confidential. How do you handle such issue? Because it has been happening. And then my suggestion is, I think it would be nice if you can have a WhatsApp or a Telegram page for us to communicate after this program. Thank you.
Let's clap for her, please. Number 4. Please note the suggestions you made, please.
My name is Mr. Chiadeka John. I'm from Delta State University, Africa. My question about me, administrative officer. I'm an administrative officer. Is a situation where somebody as an administrator was taken to cover a meeting, and you have some questions or some issue you know about, and you want to make a suggestion, and you are asked that your administrator as a supporting staff can only be seen but not heard. I fail to believe that somebody that is in attendance, and possibly attendant and a member of a committee, cannot speak up in a meeting. What do we do in that case when you have something to make suggestion to or contribution at the meeting? Because I have experiences when I was asked to cover a meeting and I have issue. They said we can only send a paper and we can only observe. That's a head and not see. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we don't need to belabor ourselves on the last question. It was answered by our grandfather yesterday. I hope you know who I called our grandfather. That's our Oguruku. And in case the man was not around, what he said was that you make yourself hard invisibly. What I mean by invisibly is that you may not be seen to be doing it, or you also do it. He said he had a way of correcting, of contributing by writing down some notes and putting it close to the vice chancellor to see, and that would guide the vice chancellor. And he also told us that, you see, we have a weapon that many of us don't use well. If you really know this job well, and the essence of us not talking is because, like he said, you cannot be writing and be talking at the same time. That is one of the reasons. But at the same time, you have a way of saying, if you know they are going the wrong way, because you are supposed to be the bastion of hope when it comes to regulation. You say, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, information. I've been doing it successfully in my university. And the chairman of that committee says, so please let's listen to our registrar to give us information. You say, sir, according to the statute of this university, once somebody is on a sabbatical leave, the assumption is that he cannot have promotion until he returns back from the sabbatical. It is written in our records. And that will guide them. Have you not spoken? Have you not spoken? So you see, there are many ways to kill a dog than by hanging it. So that is the way to do it, like we have been guided. Then try and master the game, because if you master the game, once they see your body language, and somebody wants to contribute, they will be interested. But when they know you have nothing to offer, or that you are going to take them away from the real matter of the day, you may not be recognized. So please work for your own recognition. Work for your own recognition. Thank you very much. Number 5. Why is it number 5 now? You forgotten your number.
Morning, sir. My name is Maureen Tedros from UNISIC, Nambazubu University. Sorry? My rank is AO. Actually, just to appreciate the presenter, yes, the intimidation and challenges were what I faced as a young administrator. Though the genesis of the issue started when I was employed, and after 6 months, I was appointed to head a particular department as a secretary. Though within that 6 months, I am a mentee to about 10 administrators and other professional bodies. I faced a lot of intimidation, challenges, insult, and all that. But I made up my mind to be diligent on my duties. Not only that, I came into my office, there was no computer, there was nothing to work with. Anytime I want to type something, I go outside and type. But as time goes on, those things were provided. I really thank the management of Anupa for this wonderful training, and I hope I will always be here to listen to my senior colleagues and professors and all of you. Thank you.
Please let us clap for him. I'm sure we have some questions from online participants. Okay.
A former administrator who is now HOD and wants to subvert the rules. The rules are there to back you. They're already given. They're stated. You know, the most difficult people to deal with are people that already know. In law, they said the most difficult witness is a lawyer. If you have a lawyer as a witness, they give the lawyer cross-examining you a headache. So there's nothing you tell that person that he doesn't know. But he knows the rule, and he knows you know. He's trying to subvert it, insist. And if it gets to the point that you should put it in writing, you can do so. You can put it in writing. Also, even when you're clerking for a committee, and they are going against what you have advised, you can bring up something. Like, this is what you call like minority report. That despite being guided in this direction, they've gone the opposite, so that you're vindicated in the long run. A lot of us get into trouble not because we didn't do the right thing, but because most of the transaction was verbal. And when something goes wrong, they just leave you out there in the cold. So as much as possible, when you're faced with controversial matters, put it in writing. Bring up a paper and send to him. And let him be the one to give you directive, irrespective of what the rule says. If anything goes wrong, you have a fallback. Promotion letter given, you said backwards, I'm sure you meant forward. Maybe okay, backdated. Okay, so that there are no arrears. It ought not to be. It ought not to be. If you have issues, you write and say, this is when you were last promoted, this is when the next effective promotion date is. So you're requesting that correct date be given, because it's not just about arrears. Remember, you're counting for the next promotion. Thank God for SANU. You have a union. I hope you're active members. If anything goes wrong, latch on to them to help fight your cause. Somebody asked a question about if you're a people person, that you're not, no, that's not what I said. I said if you're a people pleaser, everything that everybody comes to say to you, yes, it's okay. Well, I want to go on leave. Maybe this person went on leave. It's not yet 6 months. The person has come back and wants to go on leave again. Say, no problem. There's not much work in the university. It's okay. If somebody comes to you, whatever task, whatever challenge, your own is carry go. You're not guiding them by the rules. You just want them to be happy with you. And there's a problem. That's the point I made. You can be a people person and still be doing your job. I can turn you down. Maybe he asks for something. I say, oh guys, it's not your time. Now you're not yet due to go on leave. I better just wait more. I know maybe you want to go on holiday with my dad. Oh God, now just wait. Remaining 3 more months so that you qualify. I've turned him down. But I'm being nice about it. So it doesn't stop you from doing your job. Being a people person should even enhance your job. So I said being a people is like everybody is happy with you. Ah no, it's good. Then there's a problem. You should be able to be firm and abide, stick to the rules as they are. That's what I said. The issue of confidential mail, how to handle such, what's it addressed to you? If it's addressed to a particular person, it's confidential, you don't need to see it. If it's addressed to you and the person is withholding it, then there's a problem. You should ask for it. If you are the officer attending to that particular correspondence. But if they said it's confidential and this is the officer in charge of it, I'm concerning you now. You understand? As administrators, we should learn to keep confidence too. That's one key thing. In fact, some of your friends will get angry with you, so you knew that you're about to query this person, you kept quiet. Or you are the one that did posting, you not tell me, say, they go post me, go another place. Haba! You're doing your job. So when it's confidential, even when they don't write confidential, you should be able to flip up. There are some people, they look forward to, let's go, start club in the evening. When it's also person cancel 1 or 2. Everything in the office and they are. No, it shouldn't be so. So if that person is handling a confidential matter, let him or her be. If you are handling a confidential matter, handle it and keep your mouth shut. I think the issue of the role of administrator in the meeting has been handled. And then the challenges, I think it was just a comment you made and not a question. Yes. The question online. Okay, my name is Abdulrazak from University of Ilorin. I want to ask a question. Now, how is it possible to save part of our salary to go for seminar? Please explain if you are trying to encourage the university to help young administrators. It's possible. Abdulrazak, it's possible. With diligence, discipline, determination, perseverance, it's possible. Plan. It's very possible. Like I said, you must not. In fact, some of us had the intention of going for AUA. This year, my New Year resolution is to go for AUA. With exchange rates now, just respect yourself, look for a local one. Some of us ask on Anupa, we have very wonderful content in our trainings. So you don't have to go out of the country. You can, instead of spending hundreds of thousands, sometimes reaching to millions of naira to go for international training, save small. With 50,000 you can attend training. And as administrators, I think if you're disciplined enough and you plan well, you'll be able to afford 50,000 naira, even less for training. Like I said, you must not be there physically. You can attend virtually like you are at Abdulrazak, and you spend less. So with discipline and good planning, determination, perseverance, you'll be able to save. Let me just add that it never gets easier. As you're rising through the ranks, the challenges are changing, or you're swapping some set of challenges for another. It gets more and more difficult. It never gets easier. So don't think because you're a junior one will not be able to. Even when you become a senior, there are more problems that will meet you. But you have to make up your mind and persevere. You'll be able to afford any training. Any other questions? See you? Okay, I would close with this. I opened with the scenario of swimming, learning how to swim the hard way. Most of us had to learn the hard way. We were pushed into administration, no notice. You had to swim. Some of us swallowed dirty water. You know what I'm talking about. I'm just being metaphorical. But slowly, you start learning, you start gaining the confidence. Just go. Sometimes it doesn't have to be so. But the mere fact you learn how to swim in river and swallow water, you can teach those coming after you. Give them rubber, put air back, guide them. Start from small, the shallow side, and slowly guide them. So as we swim through these murky waters of administration, let us gear towards training ourselves so that we in turn can train those coming after us. Thank you very much.
Please, let us give another round of applause, please. Thank you very much. At this point, I will request our Vice President to come forward to present Anupa gifts to our guest lecturer. Please photograph and get ready. Incidentally, the two people sitting together are both guest lecturers. One did his own yesterday towards the closing, and another one did it just now. So we are going to give the two of them their souvenir. Please, madam.
On behalf of Anupa National Expo, I present to you this little token for a job well done. We hope you will honor our invitation when next we invite you to present another paper. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm very sure that you have it in mind that one day you are also going to be in this place. I mean, we are going to also give you your own souvenir as a presenter, because they also started like you. So it's not something that is the magic. It will come. Thank you very much. At this point, we would give ourselves like 10 minutes break for us to stretch our legs, and we come back after 10 minutes to do the final thing. That is the final paper. Thank you very much. We are very grateful. We have gone out to stretch our legs, and we have been served our lunch. So it is time for business. And from the information I've received, we need to spend only 1 hour for this session, so that we could allow our Muslim brothers and sisters to go and observe their prayers by 1:30. So please, we need your maximum cooperation to make it work. I would like to invite to the high table here our registrar from Bayelsa Medical University. Please, sir, doctor, please let's give him a round of applause, please. Let him come and join here. I want to also announce to us that he is going to be the chairman of this session. So please, can we give him another round of applause, please? Yeah, I would like to introduce to us our guest lecturer, our insider. He's an insider now, so he's going to represent our guest lecturer. It is important to inform you, we have to be transparent in all things, that the person that was originally expected to deliver this lecture is one of us from Benue State University, Mr. Barnabas Tefa Emba, the Deputy Registrar Establishment, Benue State University, Makodi. He is the one that is supposed to present this paper. But unfortunately, as he was on his way from the information he sent to us, he was called back by the Vice Chancellor that visitation panel has arrived in their university, And I hope all of us know the meaning of visitation panel. So they are always fault finders. So, and if you are holding a very sensitive position and you are not around, only God knows what they will write about you in their report. So that was why he had to hurry back. But we have also gotten a very capable hand to deal with the subject matter. He is one of us here. He started with us here even since yesterday. He's no other person than Dr. Ebenezer Ayola Felix. Please can we clap for him? He is the Deputy Registrar, Admin Secretary of Veterinary Training Hospital, University of Maiduguri. Please, sir, can you step forward? I'm sure you will do justice to the topic. The topic is a familiar one to leaders like him. And the topic says functioning at the capacity of the institutional memory, university administrators' strategic role in governance through committees and panels. So please, sir. Okay. Stand there or here. Okay, sir. Please, let's give him a round of applause, please. Oh, please, let me add one to his cap. He's also the chairman of Anupa, University of Maiduguri. So please, let's clap for him also. You will be presenting the paper on behalf of the presenter. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to really appreciate the leadership of Anupa for giving me this responsibility. And I also want to thank you for your patience and how far you have been consistent since this program started. The paper is a straightforward one, although it is actually written in quite a technical format, and as much as possible I'll make it very simple for us. We have heard that we have just plus or minus 1 hour to be here, and so I'll go straight to the point and then we'll be able to reason together. The topic says functioning at the capacity of the institutional memory, university administrator, strategic role in governance through committee and panels. The original author is, I don't know his title, but I know it's Mr. Barnabas Tefa Hemba from the Benue State University. In the dynamic landscape of higher education, effective governance is vital for the success and the sustainability of universities. Within this context, the role of university administrators in decision-making process has garnered significant attention. Administrators as key players in the governance structure contribute their expertise and leadership to shape policies and guide institutional direction. Now let me quickly say this. I do tell my people in Maiduguri that the university system is not another civil service system. We have our culture, we have our tradition, we have the way we do our own things, completely different from the typical civil service. Completely different. And I want to believe that this is what this author was trying to say when he's talking about institutional memory. Now in Africa we say if you don't know where you are coming from, you will certainly not be able to determine where you should be, and you will not even know how to get to the future. So for us to function effectively in the university system, we must, as a matter of fact, know where we are coming from. We must know our history, we must know our tradition, we must know our culture, and that applies to our families, our ethnic groups, our religions. You know where your religion is coming from. You know what you are supposed to be doing. You know your daily activities, and you also know the end of it. And so it applies. So institutional memory encompasses the collective knowledge, experiences, and practices accumulated by a university over time. These things are accumulated over time. It's like historical perspective. So institutional memory serves as a valuable resource for decision makers, providing historical context and lessons learned to inform present day initiatives. That is to say, those who have been ahead of us in this business of university administration and governance, there is a tradition they are handing over. There is a tradition they hand over. And if we are not careful to observe those traditions, we'll lose a lot of things. Let me just quickly give you an experience that I had. When I newly joined the services of the University of Maiduguri, when a letter was to be written to somebody, say, for example, a query, the letter will read from the establishment that reports reaching, well, that officer's desk, say reports reaching my desk indicates that you absconded from duty from this period to that period. According to the university condition of service section, this subsection, this, you have by this act violated your ordinance of service. Will you now explain within 24 hours why disciplinary action should not be taken against you? That is it. But over the years, because these things were not properly handed over, nowadays when a query is written, they say you have absconded from duty from that time to that time, explain why disciplinary action should not be taken against you. You have not told the staff his offense, how he has violated regulations. You have not told him the gravity of the offense he has committed. So some staff members were sacked, others were dismissed, and they take that letter to court. And they win, and they are returned to service. And the problem is the administrator who wrote that letter in the first place. I hope you are following. So we need to be very careful about the culture of the university system. I do tell my people also, I say, listen, the report, the minutes that you are writing, always bear it at the back of your mind that this paper may end up even in the Supreme Court. Oh yes, it's a very serious matter. And so when you are writing, be mindful of your English, be mindful of the law guiding the things you are doing, be mindful that everything must follow the order that is expected. Because by the time you sign that letter and it goes to the hand of the person who should receive it, and the person decides to sue the university, his lawyer will call for that letter as an evidence. And when a smart lawyer is able to detect loophole in what you have done, the university loses. And who has done that? You. And you are the representative of your registrar. And you are, by so doing, you have embarrassed yourself, you have embarrassed your university, you have also embarrassed your registrar. So it is important that we are careful about how we do these things. Institutional memory involves organizational culture, policies, traditions, and expertise of individuals within the institution. You know, you will never read this thing I'm telling you in any book. You only get them in trainings like this. You will not get it in any book. That when you want to write a letter, you know, you must quote the law, you must do this and you must do that. It's not there. They just mean it to you. Write, serve this fellow away. And when you are asked to serve the fellow a query, within you already know the context, the content, and the purpose of what you are writing to be able to achieve your goal. So we need to be very careful. Next slide. Now, I've already given some information about this institutional memory, what is meant. Then if this institutional memory is brought into process by administrators, and who are these administrators? The Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, the Bursar, the Librarian. These are the 4 principal officers. Under them, we have officers who should implement these policies. So whether you are in any of these departments, under any of these officers, you are going to be involved in institutional memory processes. And so if things are supposed to be done in a certain order, and you decide to neglect certain aspect of the order, you, by so doing, you are embarrassing your university, your registrar, and yourself. It becomes more serious when you are dealing with panels or committees. You know, in the last paper, some people were, somebody was asking that you could be in a meeting and they will tell you the secretary should be seen and not be heard. Somebody asked that question. No, another strategy in addition to what our boss here has said is that you are the custodian of regulation. You are the custodian of the university regulations. In fact, in the whole of the university system, even the Vice Chancellor will ask the registrar, what does the regulation say? The university will ask, and all of you, whatever seat you are occupying, you are stepping in for your registrar. You are representing the registrar. And so, always consider that I am the registrar doing this work. And so everything must fall in line with the tradition of the system, the policy of the system, rules and regulations established for that purpose. You must be sure that you are following that. Otherwise, there will be problem along the line. When you are serving committees and panels, excuse me, just about 2-3 months back, incidentally, you know, you heard one of our vice presidents, the one from my university, Hajia Jalaba, she was saying that newly employed staff members don't come to work. Some don't come at all. Some come late. They come when they like and they leave when they like. All they are looking forward to is just to collect the salary. They want to see a lot at the end of the month. They don't care whether the job is done or not. Now, our registrar somehow heard about this. And so, we started paying unexpected visits to various offices. He found that some of them had not come to work for weeks. Oh yes, and they were collecting salary. Some of them were working in 2 places, and they were collecting salary. Some of them would just come around 11, hang around, by 2 o'clock they disappear, and they are being paid. She was talking from experience because she's aware of all these things. Now, the point I'm trying to make now is that the registrar ended up setting up almost 18 different committees. You know, the university system does not operate like a one-man business. You just come in the morning and say, okay, you are not in the office, you are fired. Nobody does that. Before you are suspended, or rather before you are sacked or whatever, there must be a committee set up to investigate what you have done. So the registrar called about 18 or 19 different people, and he set up different committees for them. I had the opportunity of being members to about 4, and also secretary to 1, because that was a very senior person. And in the course of investigation, we found that these people, of course, they were guilty of what they were accused of, but there was no orientation for them as to what they should do. They are new staff. They didn't know what the university expected them to do. They didn't know their responsibility to the university. So they were just doing, yes sir, induction. And they were just doing things anyhow, thinking that they were in the ministry somewhere in the state secretariat. No! But I can tell you, those 4 or 5 committees in which I participated, we ended up telling them, well, indeed, what they did was bad. They violated regulation. But the truth of the matter is that these people don't even know their lefts from their rights. And what do you think is wrong there? Institutional memory. Like our daddy here is saying, there has to be induction. A a kind of culture being handed over from one generation of leaders to another. Some people call it mentoring, some people call it bringing up, some people call it a kind of induction. That is to say, you are coming to my system. This is how we do things here. This is how we don't do these things here. And you must comply. If you don't want to run into problem, you must comply with these things. That is what we call institutional, memory. In your family, I don't know, I know this very much in Yoruba land. As a son of the family, if you are going outside the family, your father will tell you, wherever you go, whatever you do, always remember the son of who you are. Always remember. So if my friend comes to me and says, boy, let us go to a party, and I ask questions, and I know that it's a party where they are going to be smoking weed, we are going to be getting drunk, I say, in our family, we don't drink and we don't smoke. I am sorry, I will not go with you, no matter how attractive. Because my father warned me, wherever you go, whatever you do, always remember the son of who you are. So when you go out as a university administrator, and you know your onions, like the first speaker in the morning said, you know your onions, you know the things you should do and the things you should not do, handed over to you by elders in the system. That is why you know this is a junior administrators training. I beg you, identify yourself with serious-minded administrators in your university. I always tell them before they leave, before they retire, because for sure they will retire, and you will be losing a whole lot of repository of knowledge because they will retire and go. Some of them will retire and leave that university where they've been working and retire to their villages or go abroad. One of our deputy registrars, one of our directors of the university retired. The following week, he left for Canada. So even if I want to learn from him now, I can no longer learn from him easily. Unlike when he was my neighbor, more or less. I could just walk to his house, sir, this is this document, I don't know how to handle it, I don't know what to say, I don't know how to put it together. One-on-one, he will put me through, and I would have learned. But now he's in faraway Canada. I don't have access to him anymore. So I beg you, identify with these elders in the business. Let them teach you. Let them caution you and always make yourself available. If they tell you this is how to do it, learn to do it that way. It is for your good. Because in any case, if they have taken their time, they have trained all their children, they have achieved what they want to achieve in life, you are the one that will be saddled with the responsibility of running the registry. And if you don't know your work, the system will naturally rubbish you. Of course, by the time the registrar gives you the first responsibility, you fumbled. They give you the second one, you fumbled. The registrar will say, I don't want anybody to embarrass me. Please look for a more serious-minded person for me. And you will look within the system and pick somebody who may even be junior to you. And the person becomes relevant. You are carrying ranks and you are useless to yourself. You are useless to the system. I plead with you, build your capacity. By aligning yourself with senior people in the profession, build your capacity. Learn from these our elders before they leave you. It is for your own good. I told you earlier that this paper is very technical. The writer actually is a research. I want to believe that it's a research work that he did. So we have things like theoretical framework and all that. We may not really go into the theories and the jargons related to, academic and intellectualism. This is a training, and I will skip that. But the one I want you to have understanding of is this critique that we are talking about, institutional training and institutional memory. Now, the institutional memory, as this man was talking about, is that, okay, the institutional memory is supposed to take place within the system. Just like the previous speakers have spoken, we had a situation whereby some mentees are not ready to make themselves available. Some run away, they don't want to learn. Even when you call them, they don't want to learn. But there are people that desire again to learn. They want to be there. They want to know. So some people, the arguments in the critique, that is critics now mean people who have said this particular theory has a problem. And the problem, one of the problems is the critics argue that organizational learning theory, like I skipped earlier, all those theories that they are talking about, they have a way of inhibiting practical impartation. Practical impartation. And training is different from intellectualism. Intellectualism, you read a whole lot of theory. You must not necessarily read it. Let me give you a practical example. We are a very religious country, isn't it? You see people who call themselves pastors and imams and all this. And when you hear what they do, how does it shock you? That a pastor has raped somebody? Or that an imam eloped 109 million? How do you explain that? So that tells you, they know the whole book, they'll be able to recite from Genesis to Revelation. But when it comes to practical thing, they lack it. So, practical theory is good. It gives you some background, some understanding of the theory that has been presented. But how do you practice it? And here, the essence of training is for you to be able to practically use this thing. This is the argument that these critics have brought forward. But the relevance of it to this particular discourse that we have before us is that it provides a valuable framework for understanding how organizations learn, adapt, and utilize knowledge to improve their performance. I have talked earlier about the knowledge of our elders. Believe me, you cannot run away from that. All of us are from different villages, cultures, and traditions, isn't it? Now, if you don't know the culture of your people, you will do so many terrible things. Let me give you a typical example. I'm Yoruba, by the way. But I was born and bred and brought up in the north. My wife is a northerner. But believe me, in Yoruba land, if you don't know how to respect elders, like my uncle here, just can I say, good morning. It's an abomination in Yoruba land. No, it's a terrible abomination. When I see that he's older than me, flat, like a rosa, he will be say, get up, my son, get up. I dare not give him hand. He will be the one to extend hand to me. But because it's not my culture, all that, because I was born and bred up in the north and all that, and then I forgot my culture, and I go home and see elders sitting down. I say, oh boy, which one you did? It's terrible. In fact, anybody about my age close to me, they will first slap me. So you must learn sense. So don't abandon your culture. I'm talking about university culture. There are things that you do. If you import from the civil service into the university, you will follow. That was the problem we are having with IPPIS. I hope you know that. That's the problem we have with UKK. I hope you know that. Because he's placing the university on the same pedestal with civil service. At a point during the IPPIS crisis, they say, what is the meaning of sabbatical? They don't know anything about sabbatical. Why should anybody be earning double salary? That argument lingered for a long time until they had to be educated. So universities don't run like civil service. They couldn't understand why somebody is holding a job here, he goes to another place, he's holding a job and he's earning double salary. It sounds strange to them because they are not aware of the university culture. Our culture is different. You can't place us on the same pedestal with civil service. That's what we're saying. So don't forget where you are coming from. He says, organization learning theory highlights the importance of both exploitation and exploration of learning. Exploitation of learning means look into the books. The first speaker spoke so much. Exploration of learning now, by the time you explore, you look into the books, how it is done, how it is written in the statutes, in the laws, and the regulations. And then exploration means going to them. Sir, I have seen this thing written in the university. Sir, you have been in this university for so long. What does it mean? He tells you. Next time probably I go for a conference, you meet our daddy there. I say, sir, I have just seen this thing and I don't understand this, sir. I want to learn more. It is your approach. If you don't tell us, yeah, these old people that are just disturbing us, they don't want to retire, you are fooling yourself. Oh yes, you are fooling yourself. Because indeed they will retire. And by the time they retire, you are the one who has lost. You are lost. Catch them when they are still with you. Visit them. Go and greet them. Go around about them. you will get a lot from them before they leave you. So institutional memory is very, very vital to our exam, to our discourse. And the objective of this study is to examine the role of university administrators in utilizing institutional memory within committee and panels for effective governance. I just told you, the national PRO said earlier, you know, when he was answering somebody's question, that according to the law of this university, nobody will go on sabbatical, will be on sabbatical and still be promoted. That is what we call institutional memory. You know, all those professors seated there, they are taking the decision how promotion is due. Approve. You say, this is against our regulation. Institutional memory. And it's because he has read it, he knows it. That is why he is able to frontally tell them what you people are about to do is wrong. And it is not going to stand according to the law. Nobody, in fact, in Christianity they say there is nothing you can say against the truth. You can only support the truth. By the time the terrorists tell that one, they have nothing else to say because it's black and white in the regulations. They will not be able to counter him. But just imagine that he hadn't got that knowledge. What is he going to tell them? He will sit down among them as a deputy registrar. They will take wrong decision and go and implement it. And I can assure you, those who have been affected by that same policy will start bombarding the vice chancellor or the registrar with petitions. We were on sabbatical, they denied us promotion. What is so special about this fellow? And then the registrar will begin to ask, was there no deputy registrar and secretary to that panel? Where was he when the decision was made? You see, he has rubbished himself. No, that should not be. Institutional memory is very, very, very vital. And this will help us to identify challenges and barriers faced by administrators in accessing and applying institutional memory in governance context. You see, if we are not exposed to these things, we will not be cautious about how we go about our assignment. We will not be very careful about the things we do because they have repercussions, not just for yourself. It will backfire on your registrar and it will embarrass the university. Somebody also said earlier that is why this academic staff tend to look down on us. If you know what you are doing, and they know that you know your onions, you know that you can say no to illegality and wrong actions, they will not bring their rubbish near you. They will not, because they know that you have this institutional memory within you and you are able to cite it. You can point at books, black and white, say, come and see, this is what is written in the regulation. We cannot violate this regulation. I didn't write it, it's for all of us. They will have nothing to say. So it is also going to give us insight about best practices and recommendations for administrators to enhance their strategic role in utilizing institutional memory for effective governance. Let it not be said that after you have attended this very rich training, you go back to your university Sanfongo. It's going to be a disappointment to all our leaders, including the president, because it's not that you have not been told the truth. You have now known the truth. All you need now is the courage to stand for what you believe in. Read enough of regulations. Read the laws guiding your university. Read the ordinances of the university. Even the unit where you govern, where the unit you lead, or where you are posted. Be familiar with what they are doing. So when wrong steps are being taken, you'll be able to say no. I will still forget all this significance because here I told you earlier it's a research work. So we are not talking about research, we are talking about training. Now in higher institution, in higher education, like I've mentioned this particular one earlier, it helps us to develop and to build, our profession effectively. To build ourselves effectively, it will help us. And it's a long-time knowledge and experience embedded within an organization. It is a long tradition. University of Ibadan. I thank God the registrar was there yesterday. One of the things I learned as a young administrator was to go through some of their. I had the privilege of having a sister who was working there. And I was sent on an assignment to IITA in Ibadan. And at that time, I was the secretary to the Central Strategic Planning Committee of the University of Maiduguri. I've never seen a central strategic planning before. So when I got to my sister, I said, please take me to the registrar. She said, no, don't see the registrar is not as easy as you are talking about it. So I will take you to the director of academic planning. I said, fine. And she took me to the director of academic planning. The director of academic planning said, young man, the only thing I can do is that you come into my office later in the day. I'm busy now, but I don't want to close it. And he gave me a whole book, including their minutes. The only thing he told me is that I should be able to jot some things down, but you will not allow me to go with any copy because they are documents of the university. He will not allow me to go with any of them, but I will jot some things down. My dear, by the time I read, I think about 292 pages. By the time I read through, I said, what? You mean this is how a strategic planning something should be? When I came back to the university, a professor of academic planning was my chairman. By the time I began to put the documents together, he was asking me, how did you get these ideas? Of course, yours sincerely did not tell him that I went to Ibadan. I was claiming glory. So when he was not presenting the report of the Vice Chancellor, he said, Chairman and Vice Chancellor, we have a very wonderful resource person among us we didn't know. Mr. Vice Chancellor, this is a very, I was only a senior assistant registrar at that time, don't forget. Only a senior assistant registrar at that time. And that boils down to the point being made earlier. Educate yourself. Even if it will cost you money, educate yourself. You know why? If you gather 100 things, 100, even 100, sorry, I've had the privilege of counseling young people. You know, young girls when they want to get married. They say they want a tall, handsome young man, you know, very fine build, you know, very good job, you know, very fine car. I say, I hear you. I said, listen, gather 100 of such. You can only find a sincere, you may not be able to find more than 2 sincere young men who will actually take you for who you are. Fine face, fine car, fine clothes, fine build doesn't make good husband. You will marry him, you marry her. Be careful. And it's the same. Every good thing our elders will tell you. Good things are very scarce, very difficult to get. So good education for success in your business will cost you money, will cost you time, will cost you sacrifice. You don't get things, good things anyhow, just pick on the street. Anything you pick on the street, you go back to the street. And it's as good as rubbish. It cannot help you in your job. So you must invest in yourself. So it will help you. The last one there, additional changing priority shift in institutional focus or the introduction of new technologies may result in the neglect or loss of institutional memory. You know, yesterday we talked about ICT. Even when somebody was saying the system will crash, no. Why must you have all your documents on your laptop or your desktop anyway? Yours sincerely. Maybe I need to reveal some strategies to you now because I'm also an ICT person. When you have serious documents, why do you have email? Serious documents. I have 4 email accounts. 4. And so I copy all my important documents and transfer them to my email. The 4 emails cannot possibly collapse in one day. I even send them to the cloud. All my certificates and all important letters ever written to me, I scanned all of them and decided to hide them in the cloud. God forbid, if there's fire in my house and those certificates are burnt, I still have my copies neat. I don't look for a very good color printer reprint. It's only the texture of the paper that you will know that this is not an original certificate. It will come out perfect. So when you have a computer, if a thief steals this computer, you lost everything in it. Why do you do that? That's the importance of ICT. So there's nothing like institutional document that, like we have ICT center in my university. Personally, I don't depend on them. I load all my documents in the cloud. I have 3 cloud accounts. And the thing cannot possibly collapse in one day. It's not possible. I hope we are getting something. So the strategic role of university administrator, this thing we are talking about, is that it plays crucial and strategic role in shaping the governance and overall functioning of higher education institutions. All these things we are talking about, they are very important. So the responsibilities of an administrator encompass a range of functions, including strategic planning, resource allocation, policy development, and fostering an environment conducive to teaching, learning, and research. All these things that we are talking about in this first item here, they depend still on your institutional memory capacity. If you don't know the culture, how these things are supposed to be done, how they are supposed to be put together, how they are supposed to be filed. I'm not talking about physical filing. Personally, I don't even believe in physical filing. Let me give you another experience. One general who graduated from the University of Maiduguri in the early 80s, for whatever reason, he wanted to now relocate abroad, and he wanted his transcript. Yours sincerely, when they found the transcript, the paper on his own, the moment you leave the paper, you see the paper falling apart, breaking on his own. Just imagine the record of a whole graduate falling into pieces. And I told the DVC, who is the chairman of the committee, I happen to be the secretary, I said, sir, you can see, this is why I don't trust these physical files. No matter how secure you keep them, they will break away. So make everything, digitize it. Digitize your record. Even at your level, digitize your record. On my system, every committee that I'm a secretary, I have a folder for it. All the papers I've ever had, all the folders are in the cloud. So the committee that I served way back in 1990, 2001, they are still intact. I go to them, just click and bring them down, download afresh, they are fresh. Wait, they're digital. What do you want to do with physical files? If the fire goes the whole building, you lose the whole record. What have you done? Please let us get serious. So university administrators hold key positions of authority and influence within the institution. They are responsible for overseeing various aspects of institutional operations, including finance, human resources, facilities, and student services. You need institutional memory to do that. Administrators at different levels, such as president. Here, I think this researcher means the vice chancellor, the deputy vice chancellor. This was our American nomenclatures, presidents and vice president. In America, they call their vice chancellors president. They call their deputy vice chancellors vice presidents. So I think that's what he's doing here. Presidents, vice president, deans, and departmental heads contribute to the overall governance structure and decision-making process. And those things are supposed to be put together in a certain acceptable format. And you, as the administrator, will be the one to do that using your institutional memory capacity. Administrators provide leadership in the governance of higher education institutions. They work closely with faculty members, staff, and external stakeholders to develop and implement institutional policies and strategic plans. Their expertise and knowledge of the institution's mission and goals enable them to guide decision-making processes effectively. We are coming back to what our national PRO said, when they are taking decisions that are not in line with acceptable norms, regulations, statutes, order. No. Nobody will quieten you. Open up. And in fact, he gave a strategy. He said, you can send Mr. Vice Chancellor information. Don't allow them, don't sit down there and allow them to take wrong decisions. Because believe me, it is going to be, the registrar may not tell you. But within him, he will know that you are disappointed because he put you there as his eye. I hope you are following. So committees and panels, this is just what I've been talking about because I can see that the time is running fast. Committees and panels. He said they are integral components of university governance structures, bringing together diverse stakeholders to contribute to decision-making process, policy development, and institutional effectiveness. Committees and panels serve various roles within the university program. I have told you. Nothing is done in the university system without the committee. Not even the vice chancellor can just wake up in the morning and say you are sacked. No. The worst the vice chancellor may do is to either, if gross misconduct, may suspend him. Alright? But they will not sack him. They will set up a committee to look into what happened, what led to what before you committed that offense. They will not just sack you. That is the beauty of the university system. Nobody drives you away anyhow. But everything that is done in the university, I know about my university and several other universities, I don't know about if there's any university here that has contrary system, that the vice chancellor can just say you are sacked, or the registrar will say you are no more. Is there any university like that? The university system has its own culture. Right. So this committee system is a member of the registry who services the committee and is able to guide them and say, don't do this is against regulation. I talked about that earlier. So these bodies promote shared governance by involving faculty members, you know, when a committee is to be set up, unless somebody is mischievous. When a committee is to be set up, say for example, it has to be with housing, and I had a quarrel with my neighbor, and I live on the university campus, the DVC admin, who is the chairman of the committee, may decide to chair it or appoint his own representative to chair the committee. But they will appoint people in my department, in some members of the housing committee and all that to be there. The only people that are connected with that matter will be committee members. So that they will have insight to how to get it. But even at that, for you being the secretary, you are the eye of the registrar in that place to make sure that the right thing is done. You are not there for sentiment. That is institutional memory. You are not there for sentiment. You are not there to say this is my brother or this is my sister. In fact, I thank God for our code of conduct. He said to render services to all without fear or favor. Abi? As administrators, it doesn't matter if you are my brother or my sister. If you are not entitled to this, I'll tell you are not entitled to it. No, you are not entitled to it. That is what is killing us as a country. I know that he is due for something because I want my special interest. I will eliminate him and put my sister there. That is madness. That is wickedness. It doesn't matter. Tell your brother to wait for his own turn and you will get it. So we should not be members of the registry who distort facts. We abandon institutional memory. We begin to do whatever we like, thereby destroying the system. Don't forget, you will also leave that system. And the people you have done wickedness to, me personally, I believe it, and I do tell my children. I say, look, don't do wickedness. Don't put your hands into evil. Because it will come back to you. It will come back to you. It's a matter of time. You deny somebody his due for promotion because you don't like his face, or you don't like his faith, or you don't like his part of country, and you deny him promotion, you destroy him, it will come back to you. It's a matter of time. If it does not come back to you, it will come back to your children. Oh, be careful. Don't put your hand into evil. The composition of committees and panels vary across institutions and their specific purposes. They often consist of representatives from different stakeholders, groups, including administrators, faculty members, staff, students, and external experts. That is so far for that. So strategies for administrators to function at the capacity of institutional members. I have told you many of these. If you read them, you feel that we are just repeating ourselves. Challenges and barriers in leveraging institutional memory. We have challenges, loss of institutional memory due to staff turnover. I have just told you that many of our elders that you see seated here, including yours sincerely, will soon retire and leave the university. Oh yes, will soon retire and leave the university. And by the time we leave, when you ask our daddy here, the experience they have gathered, all these our elders, the experience they gathered over the years cannot be written in any encyclopedia. The only way you can benefit is to learn from them when they are sitting there. By the time they leave, they have gone with a whole lot of wisdom, a whole lot of experience, a whole lot of discipline. And that will affect that university. That is what we are saying there. Read it again. Loss of institutional memory due to staff turnover. You know, when staff leave and others come in. These new people that are coming in are not necessarily, they will not necessarily have this kind of experience and knowledge. Organizational culture and knowledge sharing norms Somebody mentioned it earlier. A young lady, thank you very much. A young lady was asking earlier. He said my colleague will bring a letter and they are hiding it from me. Why is it that they don't want me to know? Two things must have happened there. You are in the same department and the letter is being hidden from you. Check yourself. No, check yourself. Because if you allow you to see that letter before 4 p.m., the story is everywhere. But if your colleague knows that you have that discipline, that we are together in the same department, and this letter has come, and you know he or she knows that you keep your mouth shut. Say, see letter they brought. And it remains there until your boss or your head of department or your registrar decides to make it public. It should not be seen from you. It should not be held. It's not you. Because by the time you do that, you devalue yourself as an administrator. Nobody, even in our interpersonal relationship, daddy, sir, if I come to say, I say, sir, you know, I have a problem with my wife. We have been fighting. And you are now asking me, why are you fighting with your wife? You know, she's always putting pressure on money for us to be sending money to her parents. I have been sending, but she's not satisfied. After I discussed, this is a very sensitive family matter. And then 2 weeks later, I saw him. He said, Felix, sorry sir, the name. Oga Oke told me that you and your wife have been quarreling. Will I come back to him again? So, this daddy that I respected so much, he's the one selling me all over. Because he doesn't know whether I don't have confidence in him. It's because I have confidence in that I came to him. And he has now told the story. Maybe he too will tell his wife will tell his wife. I said, Kai! So not only that, I will no longer share information with him, I will tell anybody around him, I say, see this account, don't tell him anything. If you tell him anything, just take it to NTA. So check yourself. Check yourself. If somebody is hiding information from you, please check yourself. Now, the second one, of course, God bless you, sir. They were ready to do water. I'm grateful, sir. The second one, of course, is that apart from your own self-discipline, the second one may be that your working relationship with that your colleague is not smooth. So when something important is coming in, he or she will hide it from you. These are the only two things. But the reason I said we should check ourselves, you are working, for example, in the Vice Chancellor's office. Please listen to this, especially young people who have just joined the university, because I noticed many of you are AOAA and all that. Especially those of you who have just joined the university. The Vice Chancellor, you have the privilege of working as a in the Vice Chancellor's office or in the Registrar's office. A letter came from the NUC Secretary to the Vice Chancellor. And you now scan the letter because you think the news is interesting. You have made yourself a one-man press and you now throw the letter to the social media. Do you know the power of social media? Information that is meant for only your Vice Chancellor, between the NUC Secretary and your Vice Chancellor, you decide to scan it and throw it even to this person here. This person has a brother in London who is probably interested in it. At the touch of a key, that person has received it in London. The person will send it to Paris. Paris will send it to Germany. Before you know it, information inside Vice Chancellor's office all over the world. How about Jamal? Now, if that thing is traced to you, nobody trusts you anymore. In fact, they will post you out of that office. And when good things are coming, no matter how intelligent you are, and thank God the earlier speakers mentioned that when we go to our elders should be able to teach us, and we should be ready to learn. Let us culture of collaboration and knowledge sharing. Let us invest in knowledge management system. The last speaker spoke so much about training yourself. You know, promote continuous learning and adaptability. Learn, continue learning. Let me tell you, I did not take a PhD because I wanted to be a lecturer. No. I took a PhD. I decided to sponsor myself for PhD because I just love knowledge. That's all. I did not take knowledge. I did not take say do that because I want to be a lecturer. No, not at all. So promote continual learning and adaptability. Continue to learn. Attend training workshops. Educate yourself. Then incorporate the decision memory in decision-making process. In decision-making process, one of the speakers said, I don't know who said it, I think it was the registrar of the University of Ibadan who said his registrar will pair a PAR with deputy registrar for them to learn. I want this to be part of, sir, the president, sir. I want this maybe when you attend the committee of registrars. The only way we can mentor these people is let them, continue to match people like that. The DR to a PAR, PAR to SAR, let there be that synergy, cooperation. Yes. When they appoint a deputy registrar secretary, let the next assistant secretary be a PAR. The second assistant secretary should be an SAR. They will see how things are done, and that will help us. Regularly evaluate and obtain governance practices. Somebody mentioned that earlier. Regularly evaluate and update governance practices. The lawyer, the madam who spoke in the body said there's a regulation existing. You are not aware that regulation has been changed. You are now misguiding someone else. Always make sure that you update yourself. Then promote collaboration between committees and panels. Make sure that committees and panels do their work. Insist. That is why you are there. Insist. You are not there as their clerk. You are there as an official secretary, representative of the registrar. Insist that they must work with you. That's collaboration with them. They must work with you. They cannot do without you. And the other speaker said, without you, the job cannot be done. And that is the truth. Believe me, I don't know how many of you interact with academic staff. Some of them don't even know how to write simple letters. Are you aware of that? A whole professor doesn't know how to compose letter to the registrar. He doesn't know. But they can speak all the grammar and physics and chemistry. But when it comes to nitty-gritty of administration, they must depend on you. So make yourself relevant. I want to thank you once again for listening. God bless you.
This should interest us. Before I will hand over to our chairman of the session, is that there is need for us to prioritize training for ourselves. Training and training and training and training. Because at the end of the day, you are going to be the person that will gain it. And for some of us that are this part of the divide, many of us have experienced that, and we have used our money to train ourselves very well. I want to inform you now that many of our leaders of today, we met one another through all these kind of training programs. I remember in 2009 or 2010, I attended AUA conference in United Kingdom. It was that AUA conference and training that I met Dr. Omajola for the first time in my life. He was then the registrar of Ekiti State University. Today is one of our best friends. I met him in Manchester. We were out there. That was where I met our immediate past president, Barrister Igwe. He also attended that same conference. That was where I met the current annual president, Mr. Ifeoluwa, who incidentally is now the registrar of the State University. That was where I met Dr. Jade Sonda, who presented the paper in the last senior administrative officers training. And now is the current registrar of Ajayi University in Oyo. So you will see the value of attending all those conferences. Because aside from the one you gain mentally there, you also meet a lot of people that you will grow together. I got to know many of them through training programs. So in my own university, I've been to AUA conference for 5 times. In UK, I was only sponsored once. I sponsored myself for the four times I went after that one, I sponsored myself. Because I wanted knowledge and exemplary. So I want you to imbibe that too. Start from the local, if you can't go to international. When you do local, as you are advancing, you get to SAR, you get to PR, start thinking of international. And once you go for once, the right link, and that will continue to help you. Please let us continue to do that. That will help all of us. Thank you very much. Now I will now invite our chairman of the session to give a synopsis.
Permit me to stand on the existing protocols that have been established. I just want to thank the presenter, Dr. Felix, for presented a wonderful paper. I also want to thank the president, Dr. Barnabas Tefahamba, for presenting such, or for writing such an academic paper for you to present. I mean, it's really wonderful. For a paper that you did not write, and for you to present such a paper in such a wonderful way. Congratulations to you, sir. So permit me to give just a synopsis of what happened, during this presentation, some of the issues that were raised. The topic is functioning at the capacity of the institutional memory. The university administrator's strategic role in governance through committees and panels, written by Mr. Barnabas Tefahamba, presented by Dr. Felix. He said university has its culture and ways of doing things, different from the civil service. He described institutional memory as the collective knowledge, information that an organization accumulates over time. Institutional memory also includes policies, regulations, laws, rules, strategic plan. Then administrators will be embodiment of institutional management, institutional memory, to be able to do their jobs effectively. So you must acquire the knowledge. In presenting the paper, the author used a theoretical framework which he called organizational learning theory, developed by Chris Aganis in 1970. He spelled out some of the assumptions of the theory, and then he went further to say that organizational learning theory is about how knowledge is created and used within an organization. It proposes that learning occurs from interaction with others in a system. So he said junior administrators should identify with senior administrators always in order to learn the culture, policies, regulations, laws, and rules of the system. While we learn as administrators, our performance will surely improve. He warned that university should not import the culture of the civil service because the university culture is quite different from the culture of it's quite different. University administrators must learn to imbibe the culture and the ways of doing things in order to direct the actions and the decisions of the university. Administrators must apply institutional memory to advance the cause of the university. Institutional memory builds our capacity as administrators to function effectively. So he said career development is about continuous learning and acquisition of knowledge and skills. So he encouraged administrators to engage in career development. Administrators must learn how to keep records and how to retrieve them with ease. He suggested digitalization of our records. He said we could store our records in the cloud so that we will not lose any of them. Then he went into our role as administrators in panels and committees. He said panels and committees are integral part of decision making in the university system. They form the collective decision making processes of the university, collective decision making. It is the administrator that serves as the secretary to the committees and the panels. Administrators and secretaries assist to direct the actions and decisions of panels and committees. challenges. He mentioned some of the challenges that administrators face as a result of having institutional memory. One, he mentioned loss of memory of the administrator, because as we get older as administrator, sometimes we may be losing our memory. So he said loss of memory may be a challenge. Then staff turnover. People who have learned the culture, the system of doing things, leave the system, and the system is left without anybody to guide it. Then one other thing he mentioned is indiscipline among administrators that can affect institutional memory. So in concluding, he said that we must foster a culture of knowledge sharing in the university. We must also foster a culture of collaboration and a culture of continuous learning. We must incorporate institutional memory in our decision-making processes. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please let's give him another round of applause. That's our registrar from University of Medical Sciences, Bayelsa State. I'm sure you have done good justice to the presentation. At this point, we will just welcome a few questions so that the guest lecturer can just answer them to further enrich our knowledge. So if you have a question to raise, please can you signify on the lecture delivered? Question? Or those who are okay. One. Any other? Going? Any other? Going on. Please, number one, and the only, please come. Clap for him, please. Your name, your university, and your rank.
All protocols duly observed. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Show from the University of Calabar. I am an AO. Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. You talked about university administrator being referred to or treated as a civil servant. Honestly, I have been unsure of where to place a university administrator before now. So, what are they referred to officially, if not civil or public servants?
Thank you very much. When I mentioned that they are being treated as civil servants, you notice that some of the civil service rules apply to us. What I'm saying is work ethics. I don't have a file here, a file jacket. You know, the typical file jacket. You have these lines written there. Alright? You notice that something they call ladder. You know, from this officer to that officer, they cancel, and then fall to the next officer. Have you seen things like that? Are they using it in the university? We don't use it in the university system. So the persons who are passed through the system using that kind of thing needs a total reorganization in the university. In the university, in the civil service, something is written, you pass through one director to the other, and division is made. You can't do that in the university. You cannot just send anybody packing just like that. There are so many things going on in the civil service that cannot and will never apply to the universities. That's what I mean. It doesn't follow that we are not civil servants. Somebody was trying to say we are public servants. But my own sense of public servants, all these politicians, local government chairmen, state governors are public servants. But we are civil servants in the letter. But in the actual sense of it, we are not to be equated with those people in the ministry. Our own orientation is totally different. In fact, if you have been attending university functions, in the civil service, they just everybody should come in later by 9:30 and seated before His Excellency comes in by 10 o'clock. That's all. In the university system, from your matriculation to inaugural lecture to convocation to all kinds of ceremonies we we have our order. All the senior people will be in their academic gowns. You know that? All of them. Preferably in their alumni and in their institutional gowns, so that it will be colorful. He's from Calabar, he's from UNA, he's from OAU, he's from Texas. They wear their gowns. They have the fanfare is going on, they move, majestically into the hall and sit down and all that. Do you do that in civil service? Everybody just sit down and the chairman calls, good morning ladies and gentlemen, I call the meeting to order, and that's all. You don't do that in the university. Even in Senate, there are some things you cannot do. In council, somebody mentioned standing order earlier. There are some things you cannot do in council meetings. There are certain things you cannot do in Senate because we have our order, we have our culture. I hope that answers your question. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. I will just allow one of us who has also presented the paper to give us an insight into what has been said just for just 2 minutes. Mr. Okay, please. Okay, Gulam. You asked for it now. Okay.
Mr. National President, sir, all of the protocols duly observed. I just want to make an observation. You observe that successively, one speaker after another, all the presentations said, this person will borrow from this person will borrow from the other, and so on and so forth. You see the interconnectivity there, in the service there. You see. And something also struck me, even while the presentations were going on. Training, retraining. Every other person emphasizing the importance of training. And suddenly something struck me, and I took up this initiative. I said, no, let me really get to this, to the fact of the matter. And I went to the registration center there to make an inquiry. Recall that yesterday when this program started, somebody was introduced to us here as the registrar of Bayelsa State University of Medical Sciences, right? Who incidentally chaired 2 sessions here. Right, seated right there. You notice how he humbled himself, a registrar of an institution. Let me make this revelation. Do you know he registered for this training? The registrar of a university quietly stepped in, registered for training of junior administrative officers. Patiently savoring every lecture. You turn left, you turn right, you will see him taking notes. And that he endeared himself to me when I saw his humility, picking up everything. And so what that's it, training, he realized that even at the epic, even at the top, the hierarchy, that he also needed to also refresh himself. Even some of us here, by the presentations given, you see one of us congratulating each other. I learned something from you. I picked something from you. I picked something from you. That is it, the training. And so mine is just to commend you, sir, for your humility. And also urge us to borrow a leaf from you whenever the opportunity comes. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Please, can we give a round of applause? At this point, our president is around. If we have 1 or 2 other things to tell us before we take further action.
Our amiable registrar, NEC members here present, resource persons. Nothing much to say again. We've had training for 2 days. I just want to believe that it has been refreshing. At least we'll take something home that will improve our performances in our various offices. Because that's the essence for which we came here. And I believe you've not wasted your time. The resource persons have also not wasted their time. They have imparted knowledge. We always advise that when you go back home, because of scarcity of funds, you know that your colleagues who desire to be here have not come. Liaise with your ESCO members. What you have learned, you can put heads together and call your colleagues together and impart it on them. By now we would have extended the knowledge to others who couldn't come, who couldn't even participate virtually. So I want to just say thank you to all of us. We may visually come to an end very soon. So when you go home, greetings to your home front. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can we give our president another round of applause, please? We have one of us here who has a very important information for us. Where is the man that said he wanted to speak for 3 minutes? Please, can you come forward and give us the information? Please, your name, your university, or your institution as the case may be, and your rank.
Anupa! Administration for service! Just a quick one, less than 3 minutes. My name is Chris Oha. I'm a principal assistant register with the Air Force Institute of Technology, Kaduna. Here known as AFIT, Kaduna. I just want to, my name is Chris Oha. I'm a principal assistant registrar with Air Force Institute of Technology, Kaduna. Here known as AFIT. Probably you have been hearing of AFIT. AFIT is a tripartite institution. First, it is a university. 2, it is a polytechnic. 3, it is also a military institution. And by the way, we don't go on strike, and we have never gone on strike, and I don't think we'll go on strike. Why I want to pass this vital information is because there are some persons, when I tell them about AFIT, they'll be surprised. Is it a university? Which school is that? Which institution is that? But the information I want to pass is mainly for some of us that are parents. Some of us who have children they want to send to institutions. Because I've been opportunity to be part and parcel of several committees where at the end of the day, after admission, you find that some certain states are not represented. And once you don't have candidate for certain states, there's nothing that can be done. What am I trying to say in essence? Please and please, we are registering. We have enough students. We're not begging for students. But I am privileged to pass this information to you. We have enough students. Our cut-off mark for this year for university programs is 200. For polytechnic programs, that is any program, is 160. And the reason why we prospect are 200 for degree programs and 160 for the diploma programs is because of the preponderance, the large preponderance of candidates that we had last year and we have this year. Now, what is the information I'm trying to pass across? Some of you who feel universities are increasing their fees, they cannot send their children. Send your children to AFIT because there are a lot of opportunities. Some states are not adequately represented. You find certain states, once they come to admission, Benue State is not there, Katsina State is not there, very close to some states. But you find that some students are not there, probably because they are not aware of this noble institution. We graduated our first set last year, December. Then the opportunity you have is that if you want any of your children to join the military, it is quite easier because after graduation, they will probably give more emphasis to students who graduated from a military institution than students who graduated from a conventional universities. So I want to let you know that AFIT, I repeat again, is a university, is a polytechnic, and is also a military institution. They offer ND, BSc programs, and even masters, that's professional programs, and MSc, which is academic postgraduate programs. So thank you. God bless you. Alright, I want to thank, very good. I want to thank the president and his team for a job well done. Honestly speaking, anytime I attended the last conference for senior admin officers, and I learned a lot of things. I was enthralled. In fact, my head was already high in my school. I walked tall, especially if you see that bag that was given to me. That's what I carry about, and I carry proudly as a member of Anupa. This one is for junior staff. I decided in my institutions, I hardly sponsor anybody. I sponsored myself, and the other lady that came, both of us sponsored ourselves. And the chairman has been doing very, very well to see that Anupa is inaugurated in Africa. And I believe that before the end of this year, it is going to be inaugurated because our new registrar now, right now, who is a military person, Air Commando, who is the equivalent to a brigadier general, as you know, even before he became the registrar, he was the director of academic planning, but he has been promoted to registrar. So he has been so much instrumental to saying that Anupa and some other institutions are registered. Because in my institutions, they believe that anything that has to do with unionism or association is not allowed. Even from the appointment letter, it's written clearly that unionism is not allowed. But we have been trying all we can, especially the president and his team, to make sure and let them enlighten that, look, this Anupa is equivalent to COIN, is equivalent to ICANN, is equivalent to NIM. It's not a trade-based organization, but it's a working organization for people in a particular profession, especially those in the administrative or registry cadre. So I believe I've said much because I've exhausted my 3 minutes. Thank you and God bless you.
Before we go, information is power. We all agree on that. Our man has given us that information, and I think the information is really very important to all of us. You may not have a child that wants to go, you may have a sister, or we have a brother who has been looking for admission. So I will, please let me read out the information to them.
Don't forget, our school fees has not increased, just like other conventional universities have increased their school fees. We have not increased our school fees because the president has asked universities not to increase their fees. If your university has increased their fees, I don't know. But as for my institution, we have not increased our fees. Our fees are equivalent to other federal universities. How much is your school fees? How much is your school fees? Well, of course, if you get admission, well, your children are starting school by September. Of course, what you pay in second term is quite different from what you pay in first term. 2 of us. So if you are joining the university, of course you pay more, but subsequently you pay less. If you want to know more, meet me privately.
Let's clap for him, please. And for some of us who may be interested, his name is Mr. Chris Oha. Chris as pronounced, Oha as pronounced, O-H-A. The institution's name is AFIT, Kaduna. And his phone number is, for those who want to take it, 080 37 63 61 21. His name is Mr. Chris Dora. So just call him and let him know that you are part of the Anupa family and that you are there the day he was addressing us on the status of that institution. And I am very sure he will be of help as he has promised. God bless all of us. The phone number again, sir. 080 37 63 61 21. How will I continue it? 080 37 63 61 21. Mr. Chris, as pronounced, Oha, O-H-A. So Mr. Chris, we are expecting a lot of calls so that you'll be surprised when those calls start coming.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry. So please, hello, please, just give me a ear. I am not in charge of giving admission. I can only assist the best way I can. And if you don't make up to 200, you cannot write the procedure. And even the procedure for some courses, they are cut off mark. So if you don't get the cut off mark and you start calling me to think you will get them, I'm sorry, I will disappoint you. That is not the truth. But if you pass, definitely in the committee, there is definitely a benchmark. And there's no way I will be in a committee that I will allow injustice to prevail. I will not allow that. So, but if you pass, definitely you get admission based on the existing factors and protocol involved. Of course, you know, in everything in Nigeria, there are protocols. And they are also politics involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody who works in military university. The training is on YouTube, so congratulations. That we have been touched by God to come and give all the vote of thanks before we go for prayers. Or we choose one, or we choose. Well, I first, one of us can just come off and say something. Okay. Vote of thanks. We want someone to do it. Raise your hand up if you can do it, or if you want to do it. And if we cannot find anyone, I will call somebody I like. Okay. Let me call Madam White. Please come up. Yes, come. Yes. Just say thank you to everybody. That's all. That's the meaning of vote of thanks. There's nothing special here. Yes, say your student. Your name, your university, and your...
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mrs. Uchenkiruka Victoria from Michael Obara, University of Agriculture, Madiki, in Abia State. I don't have much to say. I only want to say to our leaders and the organizers of this very program, thank you very much. Also, to my colleagues that came from far and wide, I say thank you very much. The Lord who brought us here safely will also take us back home safely. Expecting to meet you people some other time with good cheers and our faces. Thank you very much.
Please let's start for her very well. You know that when MPR was being inspired, and you can see that she did it very well. Please another round of applause for her. Now we are rounding off as we all stand for the national anthem. Nigeria. I wish all of us safe travels back to our various destinations. On behalf of the National Executive Council of this great association, please sit down. We shall start the distribution of the certificates immediately. And please let us be orderly. We will all have the certificates. So please let's be orderly. We have time for that. Thank you very much, and God bless all of you in Jesus' name. I feel delighted, like every other normal human being should be, because when you organize an occasion and you see the people that matter coming around, it's a great thing. This one, it was not just people that matter, people that are in charge of universities. And Anupa is about university administration. So if we're able to pull them to our place, to our program, then it means they believe in what we are doing. And so it's very, very, very fascinating. Vice Chancellor of University of Fountain University, one of our award recipients. We had the VC of Nasarawa State University, Kefi, the Vice Chancellor of University of Ibadan, that's the premier university. And we also had in attendance a registrar, Bayelsa University of Medical Sciences. They all came. We also had in attendance the registrar of Fountain University and registrar of University of Ibadan. So you see that it was a convergence of the cream la carte of universities. So I want to also use the opportunity to say thank you to all of them for sparing their time out of their tight schedule and coming around. It was worthwhile. We got a lot from them that participated as resource persons and even the inspiration from those that just came as guests.
The training so far has been tremendous. The Registrar University of Ibadan delivered a very good paper on ICT and how university administrators can key into ICT in order to help them perform their jobs creditably. It has been a very good workshop. I think this is the kind of workshop our junior officers, junior administrators need in the university. As they are starting their administrative career, this gives them the leverage in order to be able to cope with the dynamics of university administration in Nigeria.
Speaker after speaker, training, retraining, training. Even as a presenter, I learned a lot. Notwithstanding that I attended junior administrative officers training, I also gathered one or two things. So that is an important thing. You cannot, for any day you start, any day you stop keeping yourself abreast of innovations, even in management, decision making, you're dead administratively. So that's what I urge them as much as possible. Make yourself available to these trainings. Whether junior or senior, you certainly have something to learn.
Training, but it's a different one because everything went on smoothly. No complaints about anything. Feeding, lecturers, and everything went very well. So well, although the venue is very obscure, but people were still able to praise these people, and they are all satisfied by what we've done.
Full outing. It was a wonderful one. We thank God for the beautiful day and for the beautiful training. And we pray God that He should continue to guide us to take our junior administrators to the highest level in university administration.
Anupa is a body that I don't really joke with. I was at the last conference that was held in May, and here am I also in Abuja for this same conference of Anupa. Being the fact that it is a workshop, a training workshop, and I'm somebody who has a quest for knowledge. The last conference I attended in May 2023 was so enriching. There were a lot of things a lot of opportunities were open to me. A lot of things I didn't know became open to me. And I said to myself, any conference of this nature, irrespective of the amount, I will sponsor myself as usual and come. And this conference is not an exception. This conference has taught me a lot of things. I thought I'm a guru in writing minutes. But with what has been showcased here, it is clear that there are a lot of things I need to learn, particularly new trends in writing minutes, new trends about university structure, status of university, how as administrators we need to be role models in university, and how I believe that without the administrators, the university will continually lag behind.
The training is very important because university system is all about administrators, and the administrators, they need to be equipped in new things and new ways of doing their works to be able to carry our university system ahead. During our talk today, one of the presenters was talking about our customers. That is the customers to administrators, the students, the lecturers, the community, everybody that are coming to the university. We need to know and learn new ways of handling things in the university system. That's the importance.
It has a great impact in the sense that it creates the platform for younger administrators and newcomers in university administration to be mentored and be shown the direction of how university administration needs to be properly conducted to ensure that results is being achieved as far as university administration is being. is concerned.
Struggling, so make you know they believe, say, since everyone is chasing, you're never gonna make it. Never say no, never give up, keep your head up, standing